Start that over again.
Sure thing.
Please.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Andy H. Wynn, Commissioner Precinct 2. Here. Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. You know, somewhere down here, I might have, who's giving our invocation? Are you giving our invocation today? Just come on forward here. Since I've gotten in here without, wait a minute. I've did you get my stuff? I guess I stole it. Pastor Steve Clore from the Southside Church of Christ in Fort Worth is giving our invocation today. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Our Father who art in heaven, we acknowledge you as our Creator and Redeemer of mankind. We thank you for this day. And Lord, we want to offer to you this day, to your glory and honor. We ask that you would help us today to love you with all of our heart and with all of our soul, with all of our mind and strength, and help us to love our neighbor today as ourselves. Lord, we thank you for this time of the year, this season of spring where we see new life, flowers blooming, gardens coming to life. It reminds us of your power and your ability to bring resurrection to our lives. Lord, we pray for the place in which we live. We thank you for our city, Fort Worth, our county, Tarrant County. We do ask that you would bless the place where we live and that you would allow it to flourish, that this could be a place where people love to live and feel affirmed and feel like they're a part of a community, where there's unity and where we care about others and where we care about those in need. And I pray that you would bless our place where we live. We ask that you would bless our nation. Lord, as the political season is beginning, we pray for civility. We pray that you would bless our leaders and those that rule in this country. We pray for the future leaders of our country as well, that you would give them wisdom and discernment. And Lord, we pray for what's going to happen today in this place, in this court. Pray for the commissioners and the judge and those that will be presenting and everything that's going to go on here, decisions that are going to be made. We pray that in some way your hand can be at work and that you would provide wisdom and guidance, and that conversation can be had, that can be profitable. And we pray that good things can happen as a result of what happens here in this place today. And Lord, I pray also, finally, that in our interactions today, as we interact with one another, as we interact with coworkers, as we interact with neighbors, as we interact with our family, as we interact with people that are strangers to us, may today we decide to treat one another with kindness, because you have shown us what kindness is, and you have given us kindness through your Son Jesus. And so help us to share that with others today in whom we interact. And we pray all of this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Pastor. Mr. Manius?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Court, we have just two announcements as it relates to the agenda this morning. The first is on the county clerk's section, item D1, or 8D1. There's a minor correction in the court communication, and Ms. Garcia, whenever she addresses the court, she'll point that out to you. Finally, members of the court, today also we have a work session, and that work session is going to be immediately after closed session. However, the work session is going to be in 504C, so we will be going directly from the closed session to 504C for that work session. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of April the 7th.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We have a couple of proclamations. Commissioner Johnson, I believe you have a couple of proclamations on the agenda.
I do, Your Honor. The first proclamation is Donor Memory Garden. If you would read that into the record, please.
Whereas one of the most meaningful gifts that one human being can give to another is the precious gift of life, sight, and health, and whereas the need for corneas and tissues surpasses the number donated each year, and whereas Lion Club International of District 2E2 and UT Southwestern Medical Center Transplant Services provide sight and tissue services in Tarrant and surrounding counties of North Texas. And whereas over the years, Lion Club International, District 2E2, and UT Southwestern Medical Center Transplant Services have facilitated the contributions of 817 donors, resulting in 1,015 cornea recipients and over 14,650 bone and skin allografts distributed in 2014. And whereas the above-named groups recognize and do hereby acknowledge by the Memory Garden in the Fort Worth Botanical Gardens and the spring event the role of transplant medicine and donor families in community medicine, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize that these efforts and those of all donor families are a vital part in the circle of care for all our citizens by making transplantation possible. Further, that we hereby proclaim April 18th, 2015 as Garden of Life Spring Day celebration throughout Tarrant County, in witness whereof we have here to set our hands and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of April 2015.
I move for its approval.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And we have to accept this plaque, John Nemechek, Suzanne Powell, David Snyder, and Suzanne Henderson is here. If y'all would meet me at the podium, please.
Welcome.
Good morning. Hey, Suzanne.
I'm not at a loss for words. I'm just taking a breath. I had not been at proceedings like this before, so it's an honor to be here to the judges. I've worked with several of the commissioners in the past. My name is John Nemechek. I'm the current president of Lions Organ and Eye Bank in District 2E2, and I'm here today with Lions as well as with Drew Timmons from the Transplant Services Center to say really thank you to the city and to the organization for this proclamation. I did want to introduce someone that you all do know, our past county clerk, Suzanne Henderson. We've all probably sent checks to Suzanne in the past, so we know her pretty well. And she's also a current member of the Lions Founders Club. She's a very extraordinary woman, and just allow me a second to just outline a couple of reasons. She is the very first woman lion in the state of Texas and the second in the world. When you consider there's over 1 million lions, that's a pretty amazing thing. She's also our current district governor. She's stood up for equality. She's stood up for service in our community. She is a visionary, and as a Lion, she was the one that helped create and put together the memory garden that the proclamation addresses. And she's also one that helped create the Lions Organ and Eye Bank that helps citizens all across our state. It's my pleasure to introduce Lion Suzanne Henderson.
Good morning,
Good
Judge,
morning.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
It's so wonderful to be here again and see everyone. It's a great experience. We have little brochures we're going to distribute to everyone. It's something we put together. We partnered back in 2000. We partnered with UT Southwestern Transplant Services, and we have a graph in here to show you all the cornea transplants, eye and tissue donors, corneas transplanted to district residents, and tissue grafts distributed. This is all local, folks. This is right here in our area. So we're very proud of our partnership and the good work that we've done through the years. I wanted to share that with you. And also in this pamphlet is copies of letters from recipients who have thanking us because they were able to receive a cornea transplant or tissue grafts, and so they can carry on and have quality of life. So I'm very proud of the work that the Lions Club is doing with partnership. Thank you.
Turn around and get your picture took.
we've worked this in reverse today, but normally we present the plaque and then we make our talks. But let me present this to y'all, and she'll smile at the cameras. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for your comments. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Johnson, you also have another proclamation.
I have a proclamation for Herschel Toubey Day, and that's for ratification only. I move for its approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move for the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Manius?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Court, we have 3 additional items this morning for your consideration. The first, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court receive and file the annual independent financial audit for Tarrant County for the fiscal year which ended September 30th, 2014.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Where's Mr. Kyle? Come on up. This has gotten to be an annual event. This is Mr. Kyle's first opportunity to participate in this. We do the audit every year, and a part of the audit is a letter of rep, and then also it stresses in the audit that this is management's representation and management's financial statements, and they're only auditing that to make sure that it's true and accurate. But there are certain parts of the financial statement that we are required to treat certain things certain ways by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And if we don't do that, then we will not receive, no auditing firm can give us what is called a clean opinion or can issue us an opinion. Without that opinion, we don't have the ability to sell bonds. And specific issue that I have taken with GASB is the whole issue surrounding what is called other post-employment or post-retirement employment benefits, OPEB. And it specifically deals with the fact that within that calculation, it's our insurance programs. It has to do with our subsidy of certain portions of those benefits. And GASB has taken the position that if we have done it in the past, we will do it in the future. And we do not have such a contract. We can, on any given Tuesday, change whatever we're doing with relations to our employee benefits post-retirement, and for that matter, to a great extent, even within our current employees. We do not have that option with our retirement program. We are legally required by state law. We are legally required to be a part of TCDRS, and we do that. And so when GASB says that we have to calculate an unfunded liability for the pension, that is a contractual liability that we have that we acknowledge. With the OPEB, as I said, on any given Tuesday, we could decide that we're not going to subsidize that, and yet, because we've done it in the past, GASB has forced us to show that as a liability on our financial statements when, in my opinion, and I believe the opinion of this court, it does not exist. So it is a GASB liability, not a county liability. And each year we go through this process. I don't have this conversation with whoever's the partner on that job at that particular year. And so we are required to sign a letter of rep which says we've acknowledged these liabilities and that they're our estimates. And while we'll acknowledge that it is a GASB-created liability, I always insist that we put on the record that it is not a county liability, and we do not deem it to be a liability. So with that,
In short, we accept this liability under protest.
I understand you're not the only ones.
And so that, again, I appreciate the, you coming up here and letting me abuse you a little bit.
Absolutely.
Again, it's not their fault. It is basically GASB, and we've had many discussions with the GASB folks about this, and thus far it has fallen on deaf ears. So, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Move to
Please vote.
receive and file. All right, we've
We've already done
you
that.
already got that, okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
I think Terry's just happy that he doesn't get paid on the amount of words he has to speak in front of this court. Members of the court, we can go to item number 2. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the issuance of Series 2015 hospital revenue bonds, one or more series by the Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corporation. This is for Baylor Scott and White Holdings in the amount not to exceed $650 million.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have not received any feedback except that they were thinking about it concerning my request for diversity in the underwriting process of these bonds. Therefore, I will not be voting for this item.
Please vote. Motion passes 4-1.
Members of the court, if we can go to item number 3, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the appointment of Thomas Belton as the Veteran Services Director for Tarrant County and authorize the county judge to sign a letter to the Texas Veterans Commission informing them of the appointment.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is he present today?
No, his start date is May 2nd.
I did break the news to his county judge last week that I thought that he was going to lose one of their folks. And he expressed, he said this is a great young man, has done tremendous work for the county, and he said we're getting a real good officer. So I'm excited about to go forward on this.
Very impressive.
Ms. Garcia, come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This morning, I'm asking the court to approve a resolution transferring registrar duties for birth and death records from City of North Richland Hills to my office. They approached our office recently and asked us to assume these responsibilities. Their city council is going to approve the transfer on April 27th. North Richland Hills processes about 1,200 birth and death records annually. The effective date will be May 1st. This
Move
makes the
approval.
29th city
Second.
that we do records for.
29th city?
29th city.
Good. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Please note in your court communique, it states April 10th, but it's actually May 1st that you voted on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Glenn,
Move to receive and file personnel agenda.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Receive and file personnel agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Good morning. We have 3 additional items. Second item, we're asking the court to approve out-of-class pay for public health. As noted in your court communique, you're being asked to extend out-of-class pay for Mr. Stevens through July. He began receiving out-of-class pay in January of this year. This is a grant-funded position, so there's no impact to the general fund, and the cost will be offset by salary savings.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
The third item, we're asking the court to approve a waiver of terminal benefits for information technology. Their business technology consultant, J.T. Thompson, will retire on May 1st with 320 vacation hours. You're being asked to waive 320 vacation hours with a cost of $3,800, at a cost of $3,800.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And our fourth and final item, you're being asked to approve changes to the table of organization for the Criminal District Attorney's Office. The DA is requesting that you reclassify or allow her to reclassify 2 Attorney 5 positions effective April 15th. Both positions are pay grade 76s. She's asking for a reclass to pay grade 75. So we'll be looking at salary savings to the general fund of a little bit more than $9,400.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Beecham.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Nice tie, Commissioner Brooks, Wynn, Vickus, and Johnson. And Judge Whitley. Sir? We have 3 items for your consideration this morning. Our first item is a bid award recommendation for RFQ 2015-067. This is for mental health services of the Public Health Department. We'd like to award this to 2 companies, Psychotherapy Services in Yokefellows and Metropolitan Center for Counseling and Psychotherapy in the amount of $10,000.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 2 is also a bid award recommendation for RFP 2015-081. This is an RFP for Medical Reserve Corps Advertising Services for the Public Health Department. Recommendation would be to award to Brand Era in the amount of $46,000.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second.
What specifically are we advertising and to whom?
Benny?
Good morning, members of the court.
Good morning.
Commissioner, this is for the Medical Reserve Corps. The effort is to pretty much recruit more volunteers for public health in an effort to prepare for any and all emergencies. And we keep them engaged in a variety of activities, so we get grant funds to continue to recruit more folks. At this point, I believe we're sort of a lead in this area. We have about 1,750 volunteers. And if I might take a minute, Saturday actually was a Volunteer Appreciation Day in Tarrant County, so we had about 50 or 60 folks show up at Public Health about that as well. So to answer your question, this is, again, an effort to recruit and continue to advertise about Medical Reserve Corps.
And these are grant dollars?
Grant dollars.
Does this mean you're going to be on the radio instead of the guy from Dallas County recruiting volunteers from around the north?
I don't know if I will be on, but they're planning to do mostly like an advertising campaign to get more folks, and I'm sure they're going to use every avenue possible. So.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
They might let you say a word or two.
Shoot.
And our last item is an item in regards to RFQ 2015-084. This is request for qualifications for suppliers of vaccines manufactured by Merck & Company. We are seeking permission to conduct negotiations with Regimed Medical for these vaccines.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, so we have this seems a little unusual. Usually when we go RFQs, we're looking for the qualifications of someone to build something or to do something along this lines. We're going to do an RFQ for somebody just to be able to supply it?
Well, to negotiate those prices, we actually received 3 other documents. One RFQ came in late after the appointed time. We also had 2 that were received that did not provide us with certification that they could actually sell Merck vaccines and some other information. We've used this firm before. We brought this process to the court in the past, and we're just, again, seeking permission to negotiate the pricing of those vaccines when they become available.
Merck won't sell to us directly?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm still not sure I understand why this wouldn't be just the low bid on being able to produce or being able to give us the vaccines from Merck.
They just, we've conducted negotiations with all these firms the entire time I've been with the county. That's just pretty much the way they operate with this one.
Probably the direct answer is that the RFQ process allows him to consider other things than just price.
It's availability and
Well, and that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point, is because usually it is when you're trying to do something, but it seems to me like all they're doing is providing us with they're not giving the vaccines, are they?
Oh, no.
Are they doing anything other than delivering the vaccines to us?
No.
I need somebody to tell me why this is an RFQ versus a low bid.
Because one of the things that we want to ensure is that they not only have the access to the total supplies, but they have the capability of actually delivering to us.
And so when somebody else in a similar situation doesn't fulfill the low bid and give us that, we cancel them out and go to the next one and kick them off the list for 2 years. So it's not like this is the first time. Somebody needs to help me out here. I don't understand.
I would suggest maybe ask for this to be postponed for a week and come back to the court with.
I think that'd be if y'all don't mind, I'd like to ask that we do that.
I would just say that sometimes the ability to purchase these vaccines is time sensitive, and to mess around with somebody who cannot deliver and then you have to scratch them off the list and go to somebody else, that could endanger the public health. I don't have any problem with this process.
Do you mind if we wait a week?
I don't mind if we wait a week.
Let's wait a week and talk a little bit about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Green.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a real estate listing agreement with the Aqua Company, LLC, to sell 2 surplus tracts of property located at 6298 Newt Patterson Road, which is north of FM 1187. You may recall that on November the 18th of 2014, the Commissioners Court passed a resolution declaring these 2 tracts of property as surplus property and authorized the sale by public auction. We advertised the sale in a public newspaper and on Zillow.com, which is a public real estate advertising site. We got 25 phone calls on the property, and we sent out 18 packets about the property and the auction. We held the auction on January the 9th, 2015, and we did not get any bids.
So go out for listing, right?
Yes.
So I move for the approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Are there any appointments today?
We have an item on County Judge and Commissioners yet also, Your Honor.
Okay, we have Commissioner Fickett.
Yes, I have 3 interlocals, and move approval of the interlocal with the city of Colleyville in Tarrant County for liquid asphalt. Approve the interlocal between the city of Keller and Tarrant County for some work on Keller-Smithville Road, and approved to begin an interlocal agreement between the city of Keller and Tarrant County to work on Keller-Smithville from Fair Run to Rosewood Drive, and move approval of M1ABC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Briefing items, Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 3 items to bring to the court this morning. The first one concerns the monthly update from the Tarrant County Hospital District. Mr. Early is here to address the court at this time.
Mr. Mays, Judge and Commissioners, thank you all very much. Good morning. Good morning. This week in Commissioner Fickus's newsletter, it featured the Second Chance Run. And one of the things that's very important as we deal with issues facing the hospital district, it's the importance of trying to sustain life at all levels. Sometimes that becomes a challenge, and it becomes a challenge sustaining life. Everybody that works at JPS, their goal is to save a life every day. Unfortunately, some time ago, we had a young man by the name of Buddy Wentworth. Buddy was 16 years old, and he was in a motocross accident. And it was a fatal accident for Buddy. It was a brain injury and a head injury that was unable to sustain life. But Buddy's family, on his behalf and his request, donated his organs. And because of that, we're having a celebration at JPS tomorrow, which will include a sweet young baby that had a kidney transplant from Burleson, Texas. And if it weren't for that kidney transplant, that young child would not be alive today. And if it weren't for the great folks at Cook, that child wouldn't be alive today. So the parents of Buddy Wentworth are traveling from Arizona, where Buddy was from, and they're coming to see what Buddy's extension of his life has meant to this young child in the form of Eli, who will be at our function tomorrow from 9:30 to 10:30. Also, Carla is a young, beautiful woman from Houston who received Buddy's lungs, and she, too, has survived because of Buddy. So this 16-year-old young man who lived life to its fullest decided that he wanted to make sure that that statement meant something, and he has continued the lives of 2 other people that would not be alive today if it weren't for that young motocross driver. So tomorrow from 9:30 to 10:30, in the spirit of giving life when sometimes you can't sustain life, means so much to us. And I realize that there's going to be questions and debate, and where's your financing, and how many rooms do you have, and what's this and what's that. But we have to always ground ourselves back to that point that we're here to save a life every day. And tomorrow's going to be a celebration of saving that life. So on behalf of the Wentworth family, Buddy's family coming down from Arizona, and the 2 recipients of his organs, we're very proud. And Commissioner, we obviously know what it means to you, but thank you for promoting the Second Chance Run, Walk, and Jog on May 16th, and your efforts to have Team Fickus. It means a lot to all of us in your efforts.
Are you going to run with us this time?
If you want me to run, I'll run. I'll run right next to you. I'll be happy to.
You know, they moved the run. It used to be on University.
Yes.
And when it was on University, we had a special run. It was called the Pancake Fun Run. And we would take off and go about 400 yards and divert to Old South Pancake House.
Yes, sir.
Eat our pancakes, then come back, get in line, and finish. About 800 yards.
I thought you were going to run a little bit further and then stop at the International House of Pancakes and eat some more pancakes.
No, I'm very supportive of those events and supportive of the event we have tomorrow. And yes, I will. I'll do whatever I can to promote that.
And we want you to promote it within your range.
We will. We will. We do a lot at JPS for functions like that, but we do a lot as being a leader in the nation for organ donation. And we've been recognized by the Life Gift folks on numerous occasions, and I appreciate them very much. But I also appreciate the families that make those hard decisions when they've lost a life. Trying to preserve life is a tough challenge, and you've got about 5 to 6 hours to figure out how that decision. So in the greatest level of grief, you're trying to make a decision that's critically important.
They're the real deal.
They are. They really are. And the Wentworth family is just one example. So I want to recognize them the best we can. The other thing I want to let you know is that we are currently in the process of our 3rd Level 1 trauma recertification. Those are always challenging no matter how they go. When you bring surveyors in that want to look at everything you do and tell you how you're doing it, those are challenging. But we had a great dinner last night with a team of surveyors, and one of the comments was We had one survey there, had been here before, was here 12 years ago, and another lady on the team who grew up in the Fort Worth area, and how impressed they were with JPS and how many changes they've seen at JPS and how impressed they were by that. And both Dr. Hanson and Dr. McCarthy, I appreciate their kind words about where JPS has come, and I feel very positive about the continuation of our Level 1 Trauma Center. They will provide us some positive remarks that we could always get better at, and I think we will, but recertification is not easy. And to go through it again, those folks will provide you a Level 1 Trauma Center if you qualify, and then make sure you're constantly fit from here on out to make sure that you maintain it. And every time they come back, they ask for more, which is what we've tried to do. So that Level 1 Trauma recertification is going out right now. In fact, they're doing the exit review right now while I'm here. And they just texted me a while ago and said that the exit interview is going wonderful, which is great. So I appreciate that. The other thing that we're doing is at our board meeting, our chair has come up with a new suggestion for us, which I think is really wise, and that each VP in the administration now will come before the board meetings and talk about what that VP does, what their responsibilities are, providing an org chart of the organization, who reports up to them, giving board members a little idea of the patient flow and how many patients they see, and then they'll spend time at communicating how the pillars, the strategic pillars they're putting in place, go up to the overall destination metrics and the overall vision and mission of the organization. And we had our first one by Kathleen Whalen. She deals with radiology and our lab and cardiology, and well received by all of our board members. Very appreciative of that, and it's very helpful to give board members a greater insight into what we're doing.
How many VPs do you have?
Currently, we have 7 VPs in the process, and then we have 2 executive VPs through the process. And every one of those will be making their reports. We also are conducting employee forums. It's real important with a base of individuals, you all know that here from the county, is to listen to what people have to say, get their suggestions on how to make the organization better. I've conducted employee forums with all of our employees. Our chief nurse just conducted employee forums with 1,600 nurses, and our community clinics, Diana Prachel, our vice president of that organization, conducted employee forums. So we're continuing to do those, and we'll also start conducting more forums with our physicians as well, to listen to what they have to say and try to figure out how best to make the organization as good as it can possibly be. So, Commissioners and Judge, that's my report and my update for this month.
I know y'all also took a little bit of an action on looking at the bond thing. When's that coming to us?
We sent that resolution to Mr. Manius' office yesterday, and then we'll figure out the best agenda and time frame by which that can be discussed with you all and the board's action.
And you're looking for in November?
We are, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you planning to involve the public into the process at all?
Oh, yes, sir. They'll be a key component of it because they'll ultimately make that decision. So, yes, sir.
But before the board voted to advance the bond package to us, which exceeds $800 million, did JPS involve the public and any stakeholders at all, or only members of the JPS family involved in that process?
Well, I think what you do now is you have an initiative that if this court decides so, then it will be an initiative for citizens to discuss and debate. And we have not, we chose to be very wise stewards of the money, and then that if that proposal is not going to go forward to the citizens, then it would be probably unwise to be spending money and communicating to people on something that may or may not happen. When we have finality and we have an idea of what not only the board's action, but the action of this court, then we'll provide full education for the community with forums and everything that we possibly can.
So basically it's up to this court to engage the public, and you and your staff will provide the support, the information and so forth.
We will merely provide educational information. Of course, as you well know, we were not allowed, nor should we, take a stance on that particular issue. So we'll be in an educational role. and we will play that significant role, but never will our role be to persuade anybody to vote for that in any way, for, against, or in between. Ours is just to educate.
And the independent analysis of the bond package and the needs, the full extent of it will be made available to us as well as to the public.
Oh, most definitely, yes. So you can be as informed as you possibly can so that you can make the wisest vote on behalf of your constituents that you can make. Yes, sir. You're more than
And I spoke with Mr. Early a little bit about this. Now that the board has taken action on that particular deal, it needs to come up to the Commissioners Court, and we're developing a schedule and a proposed presentation and how we're going to lay this out to the court. And it'll be an open discussion. It'll be a detailed discussion so that we can get all the questions out on the table and answer those questions, and so we can move forward.
When do you expect that to be?
Well, we just, Judge, I just did the action last week, but we're putting the timeline together now, but we don't have it completed yet.
Well, the only reason I say that is because we are going in November, and we need to get this done in the next 4 weeks at a minimum.
Right. I was not going to bring it to court until May.
I hope it's early May.
Well, okay, so here's the deal. We have court on the 21st of this month yet, and we don't have court on the 28th. So we can either do it on the 2nd, I'm sorry, the 4th or 5th, whatever that date is, or the next one after that.
That'd be great.
That's what I'm counting on to, we have a May election, so we probably bring it in the court meeting after that May election.
And y'all been working, you've had committees working on this bond and looking at the different aspects of this for a couple of years.
Well, as I've updated y'all, we initially put a facility plan together, and we used the work of Boca Powell. In fact, that was the first meeting that in your case, Commissioner Wynn, that your board appointees started. So they got a baptism of fire. Their first one was to see a facility plan. And so they looked at that facility plan, and then from the facility plan, we went to the financial analysis of that over time. So it's been about a 3.5-year period of time that we've gone through the various levels and stages. And now, in its natural progression, now, as you appropriately pointed out, which I appreciate, is now it's time to communicate to this court and then potentially, ultimately, the voters and the citizens of Tarrant County as to its value.
Thank you.
That date is probably going to be the 12th, Your Honor, of May.
Okay.
It's the second Tuesday in May.
We can't make the first Tuesday, GK.
I'm expecting at least a 3 or 4 hour work session on this.
Oh.
So I'll be
3
more
or
than
4
happy to
hours?
yes, to talk about all the financial aspects, to go over all the details as far as what the building's going to look like and things like that, or the square footage and things like that. So we get a full disclosure out, and I think that I've gone over some of that stuff, and it's a real good story to tell, but it needs to be told in a public forum because it's going to help everyone to understand that this is a bond package that we need to very seriously consider.
Well, you can plan for 3 or 4 hours, but any time you give us back would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll be conscientious of that. Thank you.
I'd like to see a authentic, proactive involvement of the public, including the stakeholders of the community members who are the core clients of JPS.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that JPS have gone through a lengthy period of analyzing and studying and coming up with this bond package. But I also understand that that process only involved the members of the JPS family. It did not include the stakeholders, the community members, and so forth. I think it's important that we involve the community into this.
Very much so,
But it's just my opinion.
No, and it's not an opinion I disagree with in any way. One of the things that we wanted to do is make sure that we didn't preempt any action of this court by having a level of citizens, because when sometimes you show the possibilities of not having 3 people in a room and 1 person per room, or you take all your rooms and make them private, or you start talking about creating a psychiatric facility, which I think would resonate quite well with the community. I don't want to put this court in a position where we've already got a mainstream of support from the community prior to this court taking action. after this court takes action, then I think it will be very appropriate. And I think to Mr. Manius's point, I think we have a great story to tell. This is not a fancy, glossy building. This is to improve the healthcare needs of this community. And I think a lot of people will not only see the value in that, they'll want that value. So to your point, yes, but I didn't want to preempt it and put this court in a very tough position.
And Andy, I guess to the extent, I mean, it sounds like you've got a pretty good idea in your mind what you want to see. If you wouldn't mind, if you could put that plan down on paper and let the court look at it and see if we agree, that would be very helpful from our standpoint so that we make sure that you don't have any confusion and that they don't get to the end of the deal and not having done what you and we feel like needs to be done. So if you could give us that plan, then at that point in time, you've got in your mind, it sounds like some definite ideas as to who needs to be involved. So if you could develop that plan and then give it to the court between now and the May meeting, then we can make sure that if we pass it, then we can go forward with that.
I did communicate that idea to Mr. Manius, and I suggested to him that we need to come up with a step-by-step process that fit the needs of the community and this court.
And that's what I think, if you and Mr. Manius then will work on that and bring it back to us, and if we agree, then I think that's the way we need to go forward.
That would be good.
Thank you, Robert.
You bet. I appreciate y'all's time, and I appreciate your interest. Thank you very much.
Can you stick around a minute?
I sure can. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Members of the Court, we can go to item B, which is the Employee Engagement Effectiveness Survey. Ms. Glenn is here to address the court at this time.
Good morning again.
Good morning to you.
So we've been before you a couple of times discussing the Employee Engagement Survey, and today we're back again. We're seeking your guidance on how the court wishes to proceed. Before we do that, I wanted just to take just a minute, if I could, to recap how we've gotten to where we are today. And I think that that will help the court in the discussion and decisions that we're going to be asking you today. So the court may recall that back when you all began your relationship with Jack Steele, the county's consultant, who's assisted you with your strategic planning, when HR had its meeting with Mr. Steele, one of the projects that we were working on at the time was a survey that we were intending to send countywide to seek feedback from departments on HR's customer service. So that discussion began with Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele asked me, and I think the court, some questions around whether or not there had ever been an employee survey. So initially there was discussion about modifying HR's survey to add some questions for the employees to answer about, compensation, benefits. And I think one of the big questions that Mr. Steele posed to the court was he was hearing, I think, from a lot of department heads talk about the county feeling like family, that we feel like family. And Mr. Steele asked me, well, have you asked the employees if they feel this way through a survey tool? And of course, we had not. So we then began to look at our survey, HR survey, to see if we could make some modifications to the survey. We had a couple of meetings with the administrator's office, and one of the things that we talked about and agreed on was that if we were going to conduct a survey, of course, one of the primary concerns any organization gets or hears about when it's discussing an employee survey is how confidential is the information going to be. Because we want employees to feel like whatever they need to say, they can say without any fear of retaliation or anything else. We want employees to be honest in their feedback. And so Mr. Manius proposed the idea of maybe using a third-party vendor to assist us with the survey so that the information would be housed by that vendor, and that vendor then could collect the data and then come back and provide a report. And so we proceeded that way. So we came to the courts, or we actually first looked at different survey tools that were available. So we looked at ICMA, we looked at SHRM, we looked at the Hay Group because we have a relationship with Hay, and we were aware that they conduct engagement surveys. So we came to the court in November of last year with a letter of agreement that the court approved so that Hay could then proceed with conducting our survey for us. You'll recall that Hay was here a few weeks ago. They presented in March. You'll recall that there was some discussion about the survey tool. If you recall, the survey itself, I think, has a total of 62 questions. 33 of those are core questions, which are questions that can't be changed. What we are getting from Hay, we know for certain, is one aggregate report. So Hay will collect responses from employees who participate and provide one aggregate report. In addition to the aggregate report, the court has the option of selecting up to 25 demographic reports. And a demographic report is simply a way to sort of slice and dice the data. For example, we could get a survey based upon salary grouping so that the court can see if employees in a certain pay category feel differently than employees in a different pay category. We can slice and dice the data based on age so that you can see across the county how employees in different age brackets respond to the questions that they're being asked. So after Hay left, you recall the court asked us to send to departments the survey and to solicit feedback. We got some really good feedback from departments, and we wanted to share some of that with you today. So some departments felt very strongly about what we call a departmental survey. So that would be a demographic report where the court could actually see by department, and the department has to be at least 20 employees or greater, how employees in a certain department, in HR for example, responded to the questions that are being asked. So some departments felt very strongly that they didn't really see any value to the survey if they couldn't have a departmental report. In contrast, we had some departments, because they conduct their own departmental surveys that are specific to their department, ask specific questions about their department, resources, training, leadership, support, that they really didn't feel the need to have a departmental survey because they do their own surveys. So we had a really good, I think, conversation. Commissioner Wynn invited us to HR to a meeting with some department heads that had reached out to him to share some of their concerns. So we wanted to share those concerns with you today. Again, a lot of the feedback was very positive. Some departments felt like the survey was a great idea, that it was a great opportunity to hear from employees, and it was a great effort on the part of the Commissioners Court to be transparent in its operations. So I think we've gotten some really good feedback. So what we're asking the court today, again, is how do you wish to proceed? Again, what we know is that we'll get the one aggregate report. That's a given. So the questions that we have before you today have to do with how you want to slice and dice the data. So I believe Ms. Worthy is going to come up now and give you some options for reports. And again, we have up to 25 reports with the contract, with the agreement that we have with Hay. Now, we'll have to add that if the court wants additional reports, that's an option. There is an additional cost of $1,500 for every grouping of 25 reports. So that's where we are today, and I will step aside and let Ms. Worthy go over some of the report options.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, as Ms. Glenn indicated, we do have some options on what type of reports we might want to request from Hay. We had originally kind of talked about some departmental reports, but as she has said, we've gotten some mixed feedback on departmental reports. So you have been provided some other choices as to how we might request those additional 25 reports or some number of additional reports. We have discussed some of these with our Hay consultants and gotten feedback from them. So we have some options of age brackets, with there being 3 age brackets from 18 to 30, 31 to 50, and 51 plus. And then some years of service in increments of less than 2 years, 2 to 5, 6 to 10, and more than 10. Some salary levels of less than 50, over 50 to 80 and 80,000 plus. And then some possibilities of pay structures or employee groups. We could do a breakdown of simply hourly versus salaried, or we could do it even further by our pay structures. I don't think we would want to do both of these, but if we did it by pay structures, we could have a craft report, an exempt management report, an information technology exempt report, an unclassified exempt report, law enforcement exempt, law enforcement non-exempt, non-exempt paraprofessional and unclassified, and those are all non-exempt groups, and then the information technology non-exempt group. And those mirror our pay structures that we currently use and that Hay uses in conducting our surveys, and I welcome any feedback.
I like the way that this is structured. I like the choices that are offered of the pay structure and employee subgroup options. I would prefer the pay structure option. And I would just remind you that from our initial discussions on this issue, I've always said I wanted a departmental report, and I still want it. Thank you.
I guess other department heads, other electeds out here, if anybody's got any comments with regards to that? Mr. Ryan?
We'd still like to see the question. We run
Good. Come on forward. Come on forward. Okay.
In the meeting we had with Tina and Robin, where it ended, I think, was a suggestion from Jay, which was an excellent suggestion. That was to keep the questions global, countywide. And if that's not the case, I think we'd like to see the questions that are going to be asked. That's
So
all.
y'all did not, we didn't see a finalized group of questions?
Yes, they did.
Well, there's two shaking their heads yes and two shaking their heads no.
Well, I saw one group of questions, that's all. If those which we expressed some concerns about the horizontal nature of county government, and these questions appeared to be constructed for a vertical organization, a corporate type organization. But I've not seen a second group of questions other than the one that went out. Is there another one? Okay. I would certainly like to see another group of questions if they're going to be.
Well, I guess the question is, about the questions, is what changes, I mean, they expressed some concerns about some of the questions. What changes, if any, have been made as a result of those concerns?
First of all, there's only one set of questions, and all department heads and elected officials received the survey, and again, we got really good responses. Some of the concerns that were expressed, and we completely agree with, there were some questions where the word organization was used, thank you. And the question from some of the department heads, which I thought was a good question. So when the word organization is used, does that mean Tarrant County organization, or does that mean organization, my department, HR, tax, district clerk? So, and I thought that was really good feedback. What we're proposing to do is then to provide employees, along with the survey, definitions of what organization means. And in the survey, when we use the word organization, we're talking about Tarrant County, the organization, not the HR department, not tax, not the district clerk. So Tom is right, there were concerns. We completely agree with those concerns. We've discussed that with Hay, and they have indicated that that is a question apparently they've gotten before, and the answer is simply to provide definitions so that employees are clear about what's being asked in the survey.
Okay, and you and I have talked a little bit about this, but and I think you explained it kind of in your earlier comments, but as I understood in the beginning, what we were looking at least I felt like it was a survey that was going to say, departments, how do you feel like the service you're getting from the departments within the county that are service-oriented, i.e., HR, facilities, IT, purchasing. How are those folks in those departments doing as far as the services they're providing to other departments? Somewhere it went from there to an employee survey of the whole county.
Correct.
And it was also my understanding through our strategic plan, I don't know that that was something that we were looking for, but there's also one that we're intending to, at some point, and have with the citizens as to how they feel like Tarrant County relates to them. The one that y'all were prepared in the beginning before, I guess, Mr. Steele expanded was just one to do along the lines of what I described earlier.
Yes, but specifically just for HR, because again, many of the departments conduct their own internal surveys. I know that purchasing actually does an external survey because I've responded to it. IT does external surveys. And so some departments already do internal and or external surveys. What HR was putting together at the time that Mr. Steele sort of arrived on the scene was an external survey to our customers in departments across the county. And so as you pointed out, Judge, that's sort of how we started. And then Mr. Steele suggested modifying the report so that we could solicit information from employees about how engaged they felt, how appreciated they felt, if they felt like their resources.
But it really went from an evaluation of your department to an evaluation of the county from all the employees.
That's correct.
And that's where y'all basically had to step away and say, we can't do that. And that's when we went to Hay, or ultimately we went to Hay because that's who we used.
That's exactly correct. Yes, sir. And again, the concern for the stepping away was the concern, and I think that the certainly understandable concern that employees have with any survey. They want their they want to make sure that they can be honest and transparent in their responses. And so oftentimes when organizations have a survey like this, distribute a survey, they will use a third-party company, group, vendor to conduct the survey for the organization so that employees can have some comfort in knowing that the information that they're providing is confidential.
Did the department folks give you an indication ultimately in your meeting with what they felt like needed to be done or didn't need to be done?
I think where we ended up, and certainly those individuals are here and they can come and correct me if my recollection is not correct, but I think where we left the discussion was that if we provided the definitions, which we agree we should provide, so that employees are clear when the question about an organization arises, that we're asking about Tarrant County, not specific departments. If we could provide those definitions, which we will do, and have the court receive the aggregate report, which again is a given, and then those departments that conduct their own surveys, their own internal surveys, don't wish to have a departmental report. So that's my recollection of where we left things, and I think individuals were comfortable with where we left things. And again, anybody can step up if their recollection is different. Yes, sir.
Can't we just change the word organization to Tarrant County government?
I'm sure we, well, I don't know.
Would that add clarity?
Because I'm not sure, Commissioner, because again, we have the 33 core questions, and the consultant has told us that those questions cannot be altered. Now, I don't know if we specifically asked, can we substitute the word Tarrant County for organization, because again, that wasn't a conversation that we had with Hay before our meeting with Commissioner Wynn. We can certainly ask the question, but my understanding is that we are not able to alter any of the core questions.
I can see the merit, but it's just a matter of vocabulary.
I understand, and we can ask the question. We can ask the question. Rob, I don't believe we've asked that. Okay. There she is.
So I guess I have a question. So if we're going to send out this survey, and we did receive it, and you're going to clarify in the questions, how are we going to clarify? Because one of the questions specifically asked something in depth in our organizations. Is that question going to say Tarrant County, or is it going to have my department name? How do we, if you can't change a question, how are we going to clarify that?
It's my understanding from Hay that they will provide a definition or a legend of what organization means, what work group means, but it won't be attached to each question. It'll be at the front of the survey to give guidance to the individuals as they begin to fill it out.
Is there some reason they haven't provided that yet?
The definition, we have the definitions, we have those, we just recently got them.
Okay.
Can I read one question?
Sure. Go.
I have trust and confidence in my immediate manager. Is the employee going to have a legend that says, do you see what I'm saying? We're drilling down into organizations, and we talked about this with Commissioner Wynn. What is the point of the survey? Do we get this back? And do you see where I'm going with that? So you see this question, is it going to be clearly defined that it's Mr. Wilder's department? Are they going to understand it means that? Something about compensation, does my department fairly compensate me? Do my employees immediately think it's me that's holding that back? Do they understand it's you that makes that decision? How are we going to do that, and what am I going to do? How am I going?
We'll be sure to explain to them that it's you that are holding the back.
And everybody gets a big raise.
That will be clearly defined in the definition.
And those are just some of the challenges I see, and Tina brought up a good point. We do our own internal, I have my quarterly non-supervisory meeting, pulled a page from Sheriff Anderson. We do our surveys, we talk to our employees, and we see questions like this, and it's going to be a result. And some of us don't believe these questions really apply to our department. We go into our department at a very deep level, all of us that attended the meeting, and feel confident. And there are some departments that absolutely want this information, but some of us really don't. I would love an aggregate, big picture, let us know what's going on, but I have confidence in my organization, and this is a convenience survey, and I talked to somebody in one of the larger departments, and it's a convenience survey. Not everybody's going to fill it out. We can't make our employees fill it out. So we're going to get back, if we do departmental, Commissioner Brooks, 10% of my organization, 20% of my organization, and then that's information that it's not truly reflective. Some people, 60 questions, some people may not want to fill that out, some people will. And what am I going to do with that information? Am I prompted to come to you and say, they want more money, they want this? And that's kind of where we left that conversation.
Well, in my opinion, this is the first time Tarrant County is setting out to do a county-wide employee survey. There are many different aspects that we will need to survey in order to assess the current situation where we are today, from a compensational standpoint, from an operational standpoint. But I think this, as I read through the survey, I have a very strong feeling that it is designed to obtain a general feeling of how the employees as a whole, as a body, feel about working for Tarrant County in various intangible aspects, okay? Like, are they happy here? Okay, if 90% say they're not happy, we have a problem, okay? If 80% say they're not satisfied with their immediate supervisor, we have a problem, okay? And then we can decide which way we're going to head and what else we need to do at that point. So the purpose of the survey is to obtain a general feeling of how the employees feel about Tarrant County as a whole, okay? But it is intended for a county-wide basis. So therefore, I think it is appropriate for us to refrain from drilling down to departmental reports. Because if we do that, we may cause unintended consequences, okay? Now, some departments, like myself, I think it's important as a good tool for me to be able to see how my department responds to the question. I would love to have a report of it. But the challenge here is we only have 18 reports, that are included with the package price, right?
No, sir.
Do we have any more than that?
We have, again, we get the aggregate report, and then we get up to 25 reports.
25.
Yes, sir. What you have, Commissioner Nguyen, is just suggestions about how we might want to slice and dice the data. Those are just suggestions. Okay. So we could eliminate any of those, but we receive a total of 25, and so there would be room for individual departmental reports, if that's the court's desire, and if departments want those individual reports.
So I would suggest to the court that we leave that decision, whether they want a departmental report from this survey or not, leave that up to the elected leaders of that particular offices for them to make that decision. For me, I would like to have a report. So if at all, include a report for me, but if my office is not big enough, maybe we can have a report of the precincts. I don't know. But I think we got to give the department heads and the elected officials certain flexibility in doing that.
Mr. Wilder?
Just a couple of quick things. First, I would certainly identify with my colleague, the county clerk's reservations about some of those so-called core questions. That's where the problem is, in my opinion. But if you look at the ones that were color-coded, I believe it was yellow, that were, I believe, came from the commissioners. I didn't hear any objections to any of those. And I would say, finally, that if the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County is paying for this survey, I keep hearing that the core questions cannot be changed. If you're paying for the survey, unless you're contractually barred, I don't know why you can't change any questions that you may wish to do so.
Mr. Beecham?
Your Honor, other members of the court, we've had the ability to conduct a survey for the last 18 years. The reason for that, it has been a requirement for consideration of our Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. We've done both internal and external. Our return on our time and investment has only been about 20 to 25%. We've been doing this for 18 years. Be careful what you wish for. We'll certainly we will certainly participate if it turns into an employee survey. My concern is if you have a disgruntled employee, they're still going to be disgruntled. We have asked specifically for names, since we are the service department within the county. The feedback in our case we've been very pleased with, but we've also had surprises, to be honest about it. But that's worked in a good way for us also. We've been able to address internal issues, specific employees that have had issues, been able to point out with that survey information when reported to us what those issues are. We've been able to
And
take
again, your
corrective.
survey has been of other departments, and so basically...
And of vendors.
And individuals within those other departments.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess, Ms. Glenn, that's the reason why the confidentiality was not as big of a deal, because if somebody in your department doesn't like what Jack's doing, who cares?
And we've actually had specific conversations with people asking them to be brutally honest, because I really want to know. I'm going to hear about it anyway, but I think it has value in a survey to be able to pass that around to your staff and say, hey, this is what people's perceptions are, what we're doing or not doing. It's been a help and improvement plans throughout our department for 20 years.
How many questions are in your survey?
Oh, gosh, Rob, 50, 60, quite a few. But less than 50.
Ron, how about your survey? How many? About 60. Mary Louise? Okay. Well, I mean, I think we moved from one where we were asking the employees to evaluate services they were getting from other departments to a survey that's saying, kind of very general. And I understand the idea with regards to immediate superior, because I don't know how that could be interpreted anyway, but...
And that's not a core question, actually.
So that could be eliminated altogether.
That could be, yes, sir. That is not a core question. That is number, I couldn't find it, Robin pointed it out to me, it's number 5. That is not a core question.
Just a second, we're having a little discussion. So that's a question, and that's again going back to where I think that, the ultimate, maybe there's not a clear, so Robin, you're saying that that's a question we could eliminate?
I don't show that that's a core question. I'll verify that, but I do not show that that's a core question.
And so if it's not a core question, Judge, to your question, yes, that is one that we could eliminate. The way that we came up with the questions beyond the core questions is that Hay gave us a menu of questions to choose from. And so there was a committee with HR folks, Robin, myself, Jeanette Johnson, Jay Singleton from the County Administrator's Office, and Candace from the County Administrator's Office. We actually sat down and looked at those questions over the 33 core questions because we were given a menu of questions. And what we were trying to do was to get a good sampling of all questions, not have duplicate questions, and so that's how we end up.
As it was earlier referenced, the Commissioners Court didn't pick or submit these questions.
No, sir. Now, you've seen the questions. You were sent the questions once the committee came up with the questions, but you guys did not pick the questions, no. You can if you'd like.
No.
Okay. I didn't think so.
So I guess at this point, the decision that you're asking the court is whether or not.
Well, I guess one, if the court is comfortable with proceeding with the survey, we're prepared to go. We have, when I say to go, we have posters. We have other ways that we're planning to reach out to employees to let them know that the survey's coming. We're going to do, I think we've decided to do a mailer to their home, Robin Keeps Moving. I know we're going to do posters that we're going to have throughout the county, so we've got to get that up and going and then get the survey out to employees. So we're ready to do that. What we need from the court today is whether you want to give departments, and I heard from Commissioner Wynn, he'd like to give departments the option of getting an individual report if they wish to have one. Remember, departments have to have at least 20 employees or more to qualify for an individual report, again, so that there can be some confidentiality about the responses received. And remember, with our package, with the agreement that we have, we can receive up to 25 reports. So if you have more than 25 departments wanting reports, there will be an additional cost for that.
Do you know how much?
It's $1,500 for an additional 25 reports.
It's a de minimis amount.
I believe so.
Ms. Wilson?
Well, I'm a big believer in surveys. When I started my job, right before I took office, I worked with the county administrator's office, and we did a survey of our employees. It was about 15 to 20 questions, and I know that it cost, we did a Survey Monkey, and I think it cost around $300 or $400 out of the administrator's budget to make sure that they had the software to do that. And we surveyed the DA's office. Those answers have guided us, have guided me and my team in how the issues that we address within the office. I mean, it was revealing, it was wonderful, it was specific. My concern with the survey that you're looking at is, number one, when we met with Commissioner Wynn, I had to leave a little early because I had a prior commitment, but I understood that we were going to get to see the questions in their final form, and I thought that they were going to be altered so that if it said organization, it said Tarrant County instead. That apparently is not correct. They're not going to be altered. And so if this is a survey of Tarrant County, I think the definitions perhaps need to be changed. My question was, when we met with Commissioner Wynn, why are they not alterable? And I realize we're paying Hay Group apparently another $30,000 or something for this, when many of us in the county already do surveys at a much reduced cost. But with Hay, they want your business, in my opinion, because they can add it to their group of companies that they survey. And so it's part of their, you know how they talk about, we're going to tell you how you do in relation to their other results, and they're going to compare it to the other results. So my question was, when we had our meeting with Commissioner Wynn, was who else has had this survey? Are we going to be compared with our survey results, which apparently are going to be about y'all in the county, with other counties? Or are we going to be compared, y'all going to be compared with corporations? And honestly, there aren't enough, they don't have enough government bodies in their database to compare you to other government bodies. So you're going to get to be compared with whoever else they have a private contract with, which would be private corporations or whatever else, and that's going to be the survey that you get, you as opposed to other similarly situated groups. My concern is not with how we distribute the thing or I think the questions are confusing. We're spending our time, we keep getting back to how we're going to slice and dice the report. I think that you ought to be asking, or what my question has been is, just exactly what is that report going to tell us? You know, do we need to spend this money if we're not going to get something usable? Having said that, I think it's great to survey the employees. We're going to continue to do it. We want to do it on a yearly basis within our department to see how we're doing and to see what our next step should be. But we're not comparing ourselves to Microsoft. You know, we're not comparing ourselves as a county department, as a county-owned law firm with Kelly Hart and Hallman. You know, it's just fundamentally different. And they'll be comparing you all and this county's results to we don't know exactly who, but it won't be other governmental bodies. That was clear from our last meeting. So I think that's a concern. Thanks.
Your Honor, I would like to say one thing, though. I think we have to look at what the end result that we wanted from this survey. Okay, we've heard everybody, but let's go back to the very beginning why this court voted unanimously to have this part of the strategic plan. It wasn't to identify specific departments and deficiencies within specific departments. What it was to give the Commissioners Court guidance as we go through the budgetary process, as we go through the work environment process, as we go through the OPEB process, Your Honor, and other activities that this court consumes itself with in doing things for our employees. And while that was the total purpose. And so it was never intended to identify weaknesses in a specific department. We had the option so that a specific department could get those responses if they so choose. And I believe that Commissioner Wynn and Commissioner Brooks have both spoken to that if the department doesn't want to, then they don't need to have that breakdown for their department. Just remember that the purpose of this survey was to give information and guidance, and it is our first time taking a true survey where people can be anonymous and really tell us how they feel. And as far as comparing it to a different entity, you know, that may be all well and good, but quite frankly, it was my understanding that it was the Commissioners Court wanted to have a good, clear snapshot of the perception of our employees to their workplace and to their work environment.
That's it. Well said.
What's the feeling of the court? I hear what you're saying. I, again, thought we were looking at an evaluation of the departments and not just generally how does everybody feel, but, and I'm looking back through the strategic plan right now to see exactly.
Well, I think we were looking, I thought, to find the input from, for different departments and how they felt. And you have questions, and I think, Robin, you've attempted to answer some of those questions on when it says how do you view your leadership, your upper management? And the questions were, well, who is upper management? If you're in Ron's office, is it the commissioners or is it Ron? Okay, and the same thing goes for a lot of those areas that we had concern with. Other issues were, of course, the confidentiality, and I think y'all addressed most of that. But I just question: are we, at the end of the day, are we going to get any real data that's going to tell us anything that's other than some vague questionnaire that because we are not able to dig down deep You know, are we gonna get anything that really tells us anything? Some other issues were the point of when will the employees in filling out this, I would assume it's on county time. And then you've got county employees that don't have access to a system.
Yeah, it's certainly.
So how are you going to facilitate that?
It certainly can be on county time, Commissioner. There's no requirement. Certainly, if the court wants to proceed with this survey, it would be our recommendation that you all would encourage departments to allow employees to participate, of course, who want to participate.
Stop a minute. I think it should be, absolutely it's got to be on county time. And there's no question about that.
The only point that I was going to make, Commissioner, is that because it's web-based, employees do have the opportunity to answer it from home or in the library or wherever. So the email will actually go to their county email address. And so wherever they can access that email address, they can complete the survey. But certainly we would want departments to encourage employees to take the time at work to complete it. But we can't require that.
I believe I asked some time ago if it was permissible to gather all of the employees together in a group and administer the survey to that group at one time. And I was told, yes, that was permissible.
I don't recall that question. Get all county employees together at one time?
No. My department.
Oh, sorry.
As long as we did have discussions of assisting your employees with responses. Obviously, we don't have enough computers for everybody to do it at the same time, but yes, we were going to gather, or we have offered to come out and explain the survey to your employees and assist those that might need assistance and bring a few extra computers on a couple of occasions. But I don't think that we had the ability to show up with 50 computers and let everybody sit down and do it together at the same time.
Why not?
I guess maybe that's an answer. I think the discussion was that they were going to give us 4 or 5 laptops to come out to departments with.
Let me make, what I have heard from other department heads is that they are concerned about departmental reports may not accurately reflect the condition or the status of the department, which to me is a valid concern, okay? So the second concern is the generic word, quote, organization, unquote, needs to be defined clearly as Tarrant County government.
Agreed.
Okay? That's the second concern that I have heard. The third concern is that particular question about how do you feel about your immediate supervisor? And you already stated that that question can be removed because it is not a part of the 30 core questions, right? Okay. So if I'm accurate, then I think we should be able to, and we can move forward with the survey, with meeting, as long as we meet those conditions. Okay, and if we need more reports for those departments who want the reports, then I think this court may be willing to spend an additional $1,500 to get 25 more reports. And those departments who said, I don't want a department report, then we will respect their wish. I think that is a good way to move forward, that will be able to achieve the desired result that Mr. Menius have talked about. And if the court is all right with that, I would like to put that in the form of a motion.
Can I make one
Oh.
Your point number 3 about that one particular question, well, there's more questions in here that are not in green or yellow, that are white, that tended to drill down. So can we have an opportunity as department heads to submit the questions we believe that they put in, that don't have to be in, removed from there, not just one question. There are multiple questions in here that are not highlighted in green. Can we look at that? I just brought up one example.
It sounds to me like we're still not to the point to where
The final survey.
where everybody's satisfied with the final survey. And again, I think we've heard from 4 of our 5 major departments that still have concerns about the vagueness, just the things that you highlighted, as well as some of the vagueness of the survey. And so I think we still have some work to do before we're ready to send it out, if we're really expecting or hoping to get any kind of meaningful result out of it.
And I agree with the judge, because whatever the result will be, it is factual that in order to make a difference, we need the support, the collaboration of the department heads, because it speaks to the horizontal nature of county government. So as much as I would like to move ahead right now and today into interest of effectiveness for this project, I think we need to go back and work out the details.
We can certainly do that. I'll just say this, and then I'll take my seat. You know, back when we had our initial conversations with the court and with Jack about an employee survey, one of the things that we were all told about at that time was, you know, you need to be prepared to respond to the information that you receive from your employees. Otherwise, the employees don't see it as a legitimate effort being made by the court if they provide feedback and nothing is done with the feedback. So I understand this is difficult, but this is not new. This is something that we were told about at the beginning of the process. And so certainly we'll take a step back. I'm not really sure what that means. I don't know if you want us to have departments just take out the questions that they don't like. I'm not really sure what my directive is.
Well, and I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, we as a court can say we're going to have a survey.
Absolutely.
But just as you commented on, if a particular department gets some comments that come back, if that department is headed by an elected official, we're through. Because the elected official is the one that runs that department. Now, if it's your department or Jack, or not even Jack's, Jack goes to the district judges, we can maybe affect some comments out of your department, but, you know, we don't have the ability to affect comments that come from some of at least 4 of the folks that we've heard talk here this morning.
If I could, let me make a recommendation. Let us go back. We're going to identify those that are the core questions. If there's some modifications needed, we'll talk with Hay about it. We'll also take a look at those non-core questions, and if they're program specific, we'll identify those, and our departmental specific will identify those, and then we'll work to alter those questions.
And please work very closely with your major departments and at least the big 5 elected, and that's not to, you know, any elected official out there who wants to look at the questions and make any comments, I would encourage them to do that. So if you're watching, we're not trying to exclude you, but, you know, we've got 5 departments that probably make up about 80% of the employees in Tarrant County.
If that's satisfactory with the court, we'll do that.
Yeah. I believe that I have expressed from the beginning my concern about the value of what we were doing here and the information we were going to get and what we were going to do with it once we got it. I think that where we are right now points out the validity of those questions. And maybe we ought to answer some threshold questions once again before we start tinkering around the margins. Is this really necessary? Is it worth the time and the money that we're going to spend? What are we going to do with the data once we get it? And if we can't do anything about it, why gather it?
I agree with you 100% on that, Commissioner. I'm not sure through this process, we're not arriving at a conclusion that maybe this is a survey or maybe some money we shouldn't spend.
We're going to get any value out of this. actually use.
Thank you.
Now, and I guess I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I figure we might as well. 'Cause I just heard 3 people express some concern as to whether or not we even need to move forward. And we've just asked them to spend a great deal of time and effort, I think, from the departments to the electeds to do this. If our thought may be that we're going to end up scrapping this in a week or 2 weeks or a month, then let's not wait a week or 2 weeks or a month and put them through the hoops on this thing if that's what we're going to end up doing.
I like the way the DA's office did theirs. They did theirs with their people. I think everybody should do the same. I don't like the way we're going at all.
My opinion may be a little bit different from the rest of the court, but I certainly respect the majority. I think it's very important that in order for us to improve the working condition, the morale, and the general feeling and well-being of all county as a government, we need to be able to have certain benchmark, okay? Otherwise, it's just cheap talk, right? We always say that we are a family, that we are the best county, and we are the best places to work and so forth. But based on what? How do we know exactly how the employees truly feel about certain things? The only way to do that is to ask the employees for their honest opinion and to honor their ability to freely express their opinion. And if we are truly and sincerely and authentically interested in improving county government, and we are truly believe that the employees are our number one asset, then we need to give them the opportunity to voice their concern. And I understand it takes diligence to do it. It takes a sincere desire to do it. And frankly, it takes courage to do it. So that's my opinion about the employee survey.
I don't have a problem doing an employee survey. I just want to be sure that the one we do provides us data that we can truly use and will benefit us in decision making. If it's vague data, or if the survey questions are just general purpose questions that are used for every type of business around, then I'm not sure we're really accomplishing what we're trying to accomplish. So, you know, if y'all can go out and make modifications that work, then I'm all for it. Okay, but if this is something that's structured the way Hay says it has to be structured, and it can't be tweaked or, you know, modified, then I'm not sure you're going to get what you want. And you're going to be able to give us what we want. Because of some of the things y'all said, that you're not going, that there's going to be a lot of areas that we're not going to be able to know on certain types of questions. And, you know, does that affect us as a commissioner, or does it affect in my case, our maintenance center, or is it something that affects the overall county, or is it specific to one region, or to one building downtown, or, you know, who knows?
I'd just like to comment that I think I can probably disagree with Commissioner Wynn without being a coward.
The purpose of a survey has to be defined, and I suggested in the meeting that we had with the other elected officials that we need to go back and define the specific objective of the survey. Once the court and everybody agree on those objectives, then we will craft the questions whose answers will help us reach those objectives, okay? So I think that is a logical approach, and it could be done. I think the mistake that we made was that we did not define the clear objective of what we are trying to measure. Okay? Some elected officials think this is an operational survey, wanted to know about productivity, efficiency, and so forth. So I think we need to go back and add clarity to the objective of the survey.
Another area that concerns me, when we did the strategic plan, we had real good input and cooperation from most departments, but we didn't have it from all departments, and we didn't have it from the largest department. Y'all remember? We had no, I don't believe we had any participation from them. We had no real participation from the DA's office at that time. So.
The DA at that time, not
our current DA. But the largest department is the sheriff's department, and we really didn't have any input. They were not involved, didn't appear to be involved in the process. Are they going to be involved in this process, or are we going to just forget half of our employees, or whatever percent they are? Because they're the largest department, I would assume. Are they going to participate?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes.
They have? They say they will?
I've not been told that their employees won't participate.
What now?
I've not been told that their employees will not participate. So yes, we're intending to have all employees participate who'd like to participate.
But you haven't been told that they are. I mean, they haven't come to you for any input or ask questions about the survey?
No, sir.
But you're assuming they're going to play
Yes.
and go on with the
I'm
program.
assuming that they're going to play, yes.
Okay.
Well, we talked about going out a little bit, not doing anything today. It sounds like we're going to go forward. One other thing that you might look at in going forward, I know that each year our firm participates in a survey that rates the best places to work. And that, that's something that the employees have to go in and they fill out and they send it in. It's not, all we get back is whether or not and how we did as far as the best place to work deal. I don't know, I've been trying to find out whether there's a cost associated with that. I've not been able to find that out. But it sounds to me like still the issues we've got are the vagueness of the survey, the fact that we're required to do certain core questions that may or may not pertain to us. And I will just tell you at this point in time, unless there is almost a 180-degree turn from where we are right now, when it comes back, I'm going to vote against going out for the survey.
Well, I'm willing to wait and look and see what they come back with and see if it's been able to be fixed.
I'll do that.
Okay. We appreciate your effort that you'll make in the next couple of weeks to try to make this successful. Thank you. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one more item we'd like to bring to the court. It's the legislative update. We're actually going to have two updates. One is the state update and then also the federal update. Casey, don't sit down. We'll do, since you're up, we'll go ahead and do the federal first, but let me get the keyboard out for you. There's take it down. Take it down this way. Got it.
Thank you, GK. Judge, Commissioners, thank you all very much, and good morning to you all. Before I give you an update on our legislative program, let me mention this week in Congress, this is Budget Reconciliation Week. You may recall a couple of weeks ago we sent you daily updates on the budget talks in both House and Senate. This week they're going to try to come together and do one budget. They have 30 days to come up with that, and that would allow them to provide the blueprint for appropriations and also, to be candid, to have some mischief on Obamacare, as we talked about in our emails. They could do it as try to repeal it as a tax reconciliation measure. Nothing that dramatically impacts the county, nothing that we're concerned about, but just wanted you to be aware of that. In terms of our county agenda, we're pleased to give you an update. As you recall,
At the very beginning of this process, we sat down with all of you all in November and December, looked at kind of the areas we wanted to work on. They were wide-ranging, which is good because we're a boutique firm and we cover a lot of different areas. So we've been very busy kind of working on different projects for different folks. We've been very fortunate since Congress began in January to have a number of you come up and join us. I know Mr. Fickus has been up, Mr. Whitley. We just had Mr. Brooks a couple of weeks ago. That's very helpful for us to, on top of our meetings that we're doing on a regular basis, to bring you guys in. And I think we preliminary are planning on Mr. Wynn coming up in June. And we've also been looking at building alliances where we can, whether it's with TxDOT, with Andrea Lofi, or Matt Chase at NACO. We've been working very closely with our allies to help us have a bigger voice when we argue for the county platform. And the good news is, even though we're only 3 months into the new congressional session, we're starting to see some traction. We're starting to see people return our phone calls. We're starting to see people ask us for our input on legislation, which I'll mention in a moment here, regarding Mr. Brooks especially. And that's always a positive sign. That means that we're building our case, and we're making an impact, and we're getting on the radar. So if we could quickly just touch on a couple of these items, and then I'll open it up for your questions. On transportation, obviously we're in regular contact with our delegation. The Highway Trust Fund reauthorization, as you know, expires on May 31st. We are optimistic that, in fact, perhaps a long-term solution could be approved this time. The issue, of course, is the funding gap. The HTF provides about $50 billion a year, and yet the gas tax only provides about $34, so there's a gap. There are different discussions going on right now. We've actually been involved in one, I should mention to you. We represent a bunch of tech companies, as you know, different client. And so we advocate for high-skilled visas. There is some discussion now with the Transportation Committee about using the fee that comes on a high-skilled visa and using some of that money to cover the gap on the Highway Trust Fund. So we'll see where that goes. The President has proposed repatriation as a way of perhaps closing the gap. Worst case scenario, they'll do what they always does, which is borrow from discretionary spending to close the gap. But we are very, very involved in these talks, and happy to visit with you on that. In terms of our specific projects, again, we continue to work with our friends first at TxDOT to impact the appropriation level in the post-earmark era. That's one of the best things you can do, is just ensure a bigger pie so that when it gets divided up, there's more for us. And then we are working on, and we've been doing meetings with our delegation on our specific projects. And we actually have a letter that's in the works right now that Mr. Manius is helping us with, just to codify these conversations that we've had with authorizers and appropriators about these projects being important to us. What we're doing is we're building a record. We're showing Congress these are the things that matter to us, and we're going to come back to you over and over again to have these conversations because they're so important. And by the way, a couple of days ago, I should mention, in terms of funding, Secretary Fox and Deputy Secretary Mendez did open a new round of Tiger grants. You may have seen that. So that's something that we may want to look at as well. Moving on quickly, I know time is short, I want to mention health care. We were very fortunate to have Commissioner Brooks with us a couple of weeks ago in Washington. Now is the time to begin the campaign for the 1115 waiver, the reauthorization of it. And what we want to do there is really two things. One is sort of a bottom-up approach. We want to build our case at the state level and then go to Washington, but we also want to go to CMS and preferably to CMS's bosses, which in this case is the Ways and Means Committee. So Mr. Brooks was kind enough to join us for a meeting with Kevin Brady's staffer. Kevin Brady is the chairman of the Health Subcommittee on Ways and Means. Again, we can talk about that more later, but there's work to be done, which is actually a good thing for us because we can kind of fill in the gaps. There's a new staffer working on the issue for Mr. Brady, and so we're going to work very closely with her, educate her on the benefits of the waiver and why it works. The two things we want to do here, one is remember there's two pools. There's the UC pool and then there's the DISREP pool. We want to show results. We want to show stories of success and why this matters and why it's working and why it's creating transformation in healthcare, and we think we can do that. So we're in the very early stages, but again, promising signs that people not only are hearing us out, but they want to work with us on it, and that's always a very positive thing. And then quickly, if I could just touch on the administrative issues. Again, these are issues where we work directly at the agency level. For the most part, although criminal justice, the first bullet there, is actually a piece of legislation that Mr. Brooks is working on. One of the offices that we took him to see is Congressman Doug Collins of Georgia, who then subsequently reached back out to us and said, here's my draft of the legislation. Please have Mr. Brooks take a look at it and edit it. Again, a very good sign that people know who we are and want to work with us, and we can make a difference there. I'm staying in regular contact with Debbie Fillmore. There's a couple of grants in the pipeline, early stages. So we'll be working on those. Once they get ready, then we can go to Washington and we can advocate for them. Our passport issue with Mr. Fickus, we continue to work on. We're still finalizing the letter. Congressman Marchant has committed to doing it. We're trying to get a couple of others to sign it as well, just to try to increase the pressure a little bit on the decision makers and to show the actual impact, the data. And Mr. Wilder's been very helpful in working with us on putting together the data. The Eagle Mountain Lake issue, the road issue with Mr. Johnson, we've been working on also with Mr. Maney's staff. They've been very helpful. Again, some good news to report there, as Mr. Johnson and I talked last week. There was a discrepancy about ownership.
Have we found out who owns
and
it yet?
Not quite, but we have the federal government now admitting there's a discrepancy. You guys come meet with us and let's try to resolve this. So that's very, very positive. And we think we can negotiate a settlement that will work for our purposes. So I appreciate all your help on that. And then the 911 issue, which Mr. Wynn first brought to our attention, I've been working with Mr. Brunson and Mr. Petri. We have had preliminary discussions with the FCC. This is another opportunity for us to be on the front end of the issue. Again, the issue is texting is sort of not covered the same way a phone call is on 911. And there's some reasons for that. There's some complicating factors. You know, what language does the text come in? Is the person versing in different languages that's receiving? So there's some things we need to work through, but there's some receptivity in Washington to us providing some help as they look for some guidance and some rules. And that's what we're going to work on. That's one of the things we want to work with you on in June. And I think Mr. Brunson is coming up this summer as well. So with that, let me stop there. That's a very broad sketch, a lot of things going on, but we are moving the ball down the field and we're starting to see some results, and we appreciate your help on all of these matters. I'll open it up to questions now.
Any questions? Appreciate your help.
Casey, good presentation.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
As it relates to the legislative update, you do have the Mr. Mendez's memorandum in your folder. One thing I would like to point out, and I think Judge Whitley, you were there to testify, was Senate Bill 182 by Betancourt. This was the one that attempted to lower the rollback and force an automatic election. Judge, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, that was the revenue caps bill where he was going to, he had started out at 4%. He submitted a substitute bill, said that if the effective rate exceeded 6%, then there was automatically an election instead of just a petition to get to the election. There were probably over 100 folks from cities, counties, school districts that were there to speak against the bill. So, you know, I don't know exactly where it will end up going. He did eliminate special districts from that and school districts from the bill. And that, in one of the folks who was speaking in favor of his bill, passed out information and basically said that the special districts were where most of the problems were. And yet he had eliminated them from the bill. So.
You know, he's from Houston.
He's from Houston, where they have
no
bugs.
Area, Harris County's got more special districts than probably everybody in the state combined.
Right.
Every subdivision is got a mud district.
And the big problem there is the officers or the board members for those MUDs are not elected officials, but have taxing power. And so that's what makes it so, you know, it's such an issue. Another bill that I testified in opposition to was a bill that would prohibit counties, cities, and school districts from being able to be a member of an association or to pay for lobbyists to go down and represent us at the state level, at the state legislature. And, you know, in effect, what they said is that we as elected officials or our employees would be the ones that would have to come down. And the point that I tried to make is that through committees at our association levels, we look at and review bills and how those bills will affect us. And so what would happen is if I had to be down there, whenever they ask questions, I would have at least a surface knowledge of it. But every time they ask a question, I'd have to turn around to the association person and say, okay, tell me the answer to the question they just asked. Plus the fact that I was down there to testify on 3 bills. While one of them was being heard, another one got to be heard, and so I missed testifying on one of them. And on Senate 182, they started out at 8 in the morning. They took testimony up until, well, really, it wasn't even, they didn't take any outside testimony. The committee members asked questions of the author of the bill up until 10. We then adjourned and came back in at 4:30 that afternoon. So you never know, anybody that's testified down there knows, you never know when they're going to call you. And I'm not sure of this, but sometimes I think they kind of wait and put the bills that have the most people to testify at the very end, just to kind of see if they can wait you out. Yep. And so, you know, I'm not sure the best use of elected officials' time is spent in Austin waiting for the opportunity to testify. As a result of being down there, I missed our Regional Transportation Council meeting. So, you know, we all have busy schedules, and we know what it means to do that. So anyway, those were a couple of the bills. I know they've got some stuff up this week. We're just going to have to keep diligent and keep watching out. And at least this session, our associations will be able to continue to represent us.
Judge, do you have any idea how the Bettencourt bill treats population growth?
No, it doesn't make any difference about population growth. It started out at 4%, and then it was at 6%. Now, let me say this. My opposition to that was primarily because of the fact that, you know, local control, we're elected by the same folks that elect them, let us make those decisions. We have not in the last 10 years exceeded what the requirements of that bill would have been to force us to have an election. But again, you know, the bill would lead you to believe that we've accumulated huge amounts of cash or that we're frivolously spending. When you get past the dollars that we spend on essential services and the dollars that we spend on unfunded mandates, when we have dollars above that, we're spending those. Y'all are doing work with the cities to maintain the infrastructure, which the state and the federal government have failed to do and has put us in the shape that we're in right now. And because of what y'all do and what we do with the cities and on our own roads, we've been able to maintain that. Now, you know, some would say that's discretionary spending. We call it essential spending. The same is true. We don't do parks. I guess we have one.
Got one.
But many counties do parks. They do libraries. They do senior citizen centers. Though they do bus service. That's Harris County. And and in fact, one of the city council folks from Grapevine was there, and she looked at Senator Bettencourt and said, you know, it sounds like most of the problems are in Harris County. Why don't you just bracket this bill like you do all the other bills for Harris County? And that didn't go over real well. But anyway, that's kind of where we are. But that's one of the things that we're, you know, pushing is that it is still local control, and that we have, you know, the citizens see us and they tell us what they think. And if we're not fixing their roads or not doing what they want, they don't have any problems coming down and talking to us about it. Thank you, Mr. Mayes.
You bet.
Is that all right?
Public
health.
That's all we have at this time. Remember that when we come back from closed, we're going to go into work session, and that's going to be in 504.
Then we'll recess our open meeting and proceed to close.
y'all first?
We're first.
You're first, huh? I don't know where we're supposed to.
I'm gonna see if Fickus is gonna take care of that
Hi,
bottleneck
Russell.
there at Northeast Small.
Good. I need
See if we can get that done. David, can't you slip $100 million or so in there and fix that bottleneck by Northeast Mall?
Won't do it. Need more than that.
Oh, for that little stretch there? Man, $100 million doesn't buy much anymore. Toll road has actually made it worse. Because it dumps down in there where you gotta merge to go to 121, come downtown.
Another side? Yeah.
It's no brainer.
Russell, did you have, are these your,
This is presentation.
And even if you did,
I need
you
a
still
copy for the
have
clerk.
that
Yeah,
where
and
it
you can
comes
have those.
together right by Northeast Mall, going south. I did ride the toll road yesterday over to the doctor's office and opened up a clinic over on I-35 in North Tarrant. And it's the only place I had to go to the back clinic in order to see him. I rode the toll road, you know, going towards Precinct Line Road. He hit the toll road and go all the way to I-35, and that was nice.
You know, I did. Actually, a pretty good one. Pretty good? Yeah, I shot one up in, I'll show you a picture of it. Shot one in Wyoming. No, not Montana. But it was a whitetail.
Fly fishing?
Yeah.
Because I've got all these, but, and, I mean, really a lot of weeks and weeks. But I've never seen a white deer. I've always seen mule deer all over the place.
Where do you go? Where are you?
Well, along, kind of the middle part.
Yeah.
Near Livingston.
This was about 23 years.
It's a walk in the park.
But we hunt like in
Okay.
Good. We hunt in the southeast corner.
Okay.
Really close to Rapid City, South Dakota.
Yeah, I understand.
And Mount Rushmore and all that.
Yeah.
And it's in
I'm
a
over.
Missouri, but it's the little Missouri River runs through where we are. And
Bird hunted up
yeah,
there.
and the ranch we hunt on, it's private land. The ranch has got mule deer and whitetail.
I guess that it helps to be a little further east.
Yeah.
Because western, it just gets
No, it's
too
all,
close to
I think it's all
Yellowstone.
mule deer west, but
Yeah.
so I've hunted there, I guess, 3 years. I shot a mule deer 1 year, and I shot, I guess I hunted 4 years. Shot 3 whitetails and 1 mule deer.
I want to show you quickly.
They don't have any elk, so,
Let me get this okay.
but they have antelope.
My nephew, okay, only got one. My nephew just got promoted to colonel in the Air Force.
Uh-huh.
He's down at the Air War College. They're sending him to Cheyenne for the next 3 years.
Uh-huh.
He's going to live in a house, a Victorian mansion.
Oh, my God.
He's going to command the security group.
Is that a base house?
That's a base house.
Yeah.
But the base is Warren, F.E. Warren,
Uh-huh.
that was founded by Lincoln. Lincoln was
Really?
president. He sent the army out there, getting them ready for
Uh-huh.
the transcontinental railroad.
Yeah.
They have no runways. This is not an Air Force base.
Okay.
It's an army
Yeah.
base, but it's the missile.
Yeah.
So Chris is going to be, he's got 1,200 policemen. guarding all the, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and
Have you
Montana.
ever been to Fort Bliss? You ought to go there.
I
and
never
look at some of the
I've
houses.
been on the ground there, but I never.
They got some of that gorgeous housing there.
Tell me, I was much younger than was it ever this busy. He lives here, okay, for the next 3 years. They, come on, he, it's interesting. Here's this is what it'll look like.
Here for the commissioners' meeting, I had to go to.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet.
I mean, they have to.
Yeah. How are you, sir? I'm Fred.
They're taking.
It's coming.
Heating, cooling, all, everything.
Yeah.
Good deal. I never got a deal like that.
I know.
Well, that's.
Oh, yeah, and I'm gonna make some more.
That's a bug.
Well, I was glad to get
I'm a
that
little
one.
short-handed right now.
Yeah. You gonna go back up there?
Not this one. I might go again, but
I didn't get any lunch today.
as her chief of staff.
He's drawn a. Everybody's asking me why is Commissioner Brooks going to these meetings?
Oh, really?
That's when I said, your time is coming. If you were. It's a whole different.
I'm on an elk, shot an elk.
So one,
And that's way too much work.
Anywhere.
I did that about 12, 13 years ago. and I'm not up to that now.
At my age,
these gentlemen, they're really sensitive about their parking spaces. This, I want to be cautious about that.
You don't take my parking space.
and you gotta
Yeah, you need to sit here between me and GK, man.
Shot mine with a bow.
I'll do that. That way, JD doesn't walk.
About 45 yards.
Doesn't have to walk.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a long shot. We wouldn't be
Yeah, it
ready
was.
for that 45.
For me, it was. But-
I've got a 3.
Yeah,
Well, I
right,
do,
right.
you know.
Have you seen that deer?
Yeah, he's seen it. Yeah. Oh, it's just a big,
My calendar is usually open.
I will,
that's my granddaughter. She's 2.
That's a little angel, isn't it?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Perfect child.
That's great.
Yeah.
But are we going to hear from both vendors today?
Next time
No,
you
this
let
is
in
on
Kenny
something
Mallard. ask-
Oh, I'm talking about, okay.
yes,
This is
yeah.
on the countdown.
I saw him a couple of months ago.
Did you?
Yeah. They're trying to get a big
Russell,
Aggie Express.
how are you? You bring my Anderson or whatever?
Yeah, dude.
Gin, that you introduced me to. Anderson. I can use one of those right now.
How are you, sir?
Great. Good. Let me see when we get out of here. I'd like to get a briefing, but I don't know that I have to have, are they coming before us anytime soon?
Have you read all these things? If I give you an exam on it, will you pass it?
No, I'd like to read this.
Important part. Yeah, a lot of these things will just fill up.
Hi, Bill. How you doing? Okay.
Come on, Dave.
Yeah, it's gonna be there.
Greetings, how are you? See ya.
Metro.
All right, I'll try to work it out.
Mr. Dean?
How are you? You doing all right?
I guess this is me.
How are you?
Could you give me a minute, Judge?
I can. I'll give you a couple. Make sure you're all back there. I didn't want to start without you. I don't mind starting without GK, but I can't start without y'all.
You know, I really try to be in my seat at the right time. It just, I don't take it too personally either, so.
I know you don't, that's why I do it. Okay, we'll now return from our closed meeting and we'll proceed with our work session.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, as you know, part of our strategic plan was to engage, or at least require that we submit an RFP as it relates to a transportation planning consultant. And we have done that through purchasing, and we have narrowed that down to 2 firms. And I think maybe several weeks ago, the court had asked that you all hear from those firms. So that's what we're going to do today. Dean International is going to be the first one that presents some of the ground rules that we've asked them to comply with. We ask that they hold their presentation to 20-25 minutes so that there can be adequate time for questions from the Commissioners Court. So with that, we'll ask you to begin.
Thank you, GK. Really appreciate it. My name is Russell Schaffner. I'm with Dean International and a senior public policy consultant there. Judge, Commissioners, thank you all for having us today. We really appreciate this opportunity to come and brief you regarding something that's very important and something that is extremely important for the growth of Tarrant County and for the new opportunities that can be. Before I get started, I want to introduce 2 of my colleagues, Mr. David Dean, who is the president and CEO of our company, and then John Cranfield, one of my colleagues and a senior public policy consultant. So I wanted to start off by thanking Tarrant County and really thanking you for having the vision to go through the strategic process of having a strategic plan and working through what that looks like. And it's my understanding that everybody in the Commissioners Court ranked transportation as either the top or the number 1, 2 item as y'all went through that process. So I'm going to go through a brief presentation over the scope of services and tell a little bit about who Dean International is, some of our qualifications, as well as the scope of services and some of our team members. That'll be a part of our proposal. Dean International was founded in 1994 by David Dean. After a long career as Secretary of State down in Austin, and then with a premier Dallas law firm. Dean International has worked on any number of policy issues. We're not an engineering firm. We don't do engineering services. That isn't part of our bailiwick. But what we do is policy development. How can we work with the local, regional, state, and federal partners in order to find opportunities for Tarrant County or for our clients that are able to make sure what they want, what their vision is, that it can come to fruition. We work with stakeholders, we work with, whether that's in the legislature or within Congress, but also with the grassroots, with the cities, the counties, and the folks who are on the boots on the ground. And that's really where there's a lot of great interaction from a day-to-day basis. We've done all sorts of projects, and as I'll run through here in just a second, but we've worked on transportation, and that's transit, freight rail, highway. We've done aviation projects, in water infrastructure, any number of items from really across the gamut of transportation and infrastructure. Here's a partial listing of some representative clients that we have. And one of our goals is, of course, to facilitate what our clients can do. You all have great relationships. Judge Whitley, you were chairman of NACO, of course, and I know that Commissioner Brooks, you're very, very involved with that organization right now, as are many of you. You all have existing relationships. You all have great relationships with folks in Washington, with folks in in Austin and elsewhere, how can we take those relationships and use them strategically through an overall plan and overall process? How can we work together with what your relationships are with the folks within your county and make your transportation needs, make those come to fruition, make them happen? A couple projects. David always likes to remind me that he started with transportation, actually with the Texas Highway Department as an intern in the summer of 1967. I'm not for sure if 1967 ever existed, but that's another story.
All right, young man.
But Dean International, one of our first clients, or one of the first projects that David worked on was actually 360 North. It was whenever he was brought on, it was a line on a page. Line on a map, and he brought it to fruition, actually worked with Bob Dedman at the Highway Commission before it was the Transportation Department, and to figure out exactly how you reprioritize the projects to wait 360 North to get it up and up and up. Those were different times in 1982, 83, 84, to where you just took a number from the Highway Department and you would be funded eventually within the 20-year plan. It's not like that anymore. You've got to be competitive. You've got to figure out exactly what's kind of the hook for your project. How do you make that project not only your problem, but frankly everybody else's problem as well? 360 South was another project that David worked a lot on, as well as the 820-183 interchange in North Richland Hills. Our firm has worked on a number of other projects, from 635, breaking federal control of access on frontage roads, to the super connector here following 161 and PGBT. So really a wide range of projects and a wide variety of projects that we have really all across not only just the Metroplex, but the state and even nationally. So our proposed scope of services, your staff did a fantastic job coming up with an RFP that was actually a lot of fun to respond to. We had really a great time working through those aspects of what you all are wanting as a commissioner's court and as a county. And so we've come up with a proposed scope of services that follows very closely your RFP. We use a lot of the terminologies from the request for proposal, and also expanded on it just a little bit as we kind of go through the process. So we'll walk through that. And again, it's a comprehensive proposal that we're giving you all. Your RFP asked for a lot, and what you're talking about doing in the RFP was really create a county program, a county plan and a county program that involves all of your cities, all of your stakeholders, in order to get your transportation system up to where it needs to be to deal with the coming population, the coming influx in population. And here's a real quick bar graph. This is from the late 2014 Texas demographers. You'll see that Collin County is the first set. Let's hit this. Yeah, Collin County is the fourth set. Dallas County, Denton County, Tarrant County, the four largest counties in the DFW Metroplex. You'll see that 3 of our 4 counties will meet the 3.5 million population threshold by the year 2050. Tarrant County will actually be the largest county in the Metroplex sometime in the late 40s, as according to some projections, and then Collin County will surpass it according to current demographic projections. But the most sustainable thing about Texas is our population growth. And if you look at that population growth, the DFW Metroplex is where a lot of the population within the state is happening. It keeps growing here and keeps coming. How do we take Tarrant County, which has about 1.8, 1.9 million people, to over 3.5 million people in a span of 30 years? We've got to be planning. We've got to get some lines on some maps and figure out projects to get that forward. And that's what our proposal is suggesting. The first part of our proposal is an immediate essential assessment, which is where are we right now? Where are the feds? Where's the state? Where's the region? We have an idea of where the local governments are from the county and the municipalities, but as far as the region, the state, and the feds, what are issues, what are policy aspects that can be understood and affected? With MAP 21 reauthorization at the federal level, this is very, very important. There is a movement in Congress right now to get a long-term surface transportation bill. As your presentation from earlier today, on May 31st, the current 10-month extension's up. So they're going to have to do another extension because they're not going to be able to get a long-term funding mechanism through, a reauthorization through. They're going to have to put in some sort of other stopgap measure you're probably looking at, and I know that Chairman Schuster and Chairman Inhofe have been talking about some sort of a June-July timeframe for the full reauthorization. That's still plenty of time for Tarrant County to understand exactly where you are, what y'all want, and start looking at what programs your projects need, what programs that y'all could affect to weight towards what Tarrant County is needing. Also, Tiger 7 grants. Just that notice was issued just a few weeks ago. May 4th is the initial deadline for pre-application. June 5th is the final deadline. $500 million in discretionary grants. This is one of the few federal programs that where a city, county, or agency can actually receive money without it coming through a Department of Transportation. So again, major discretionary grant. And how do we get projects in Tarrant County ready for these funds? How do we get them ready for it to where they're primed and ready? 84th session of the legislature, we've got 49 days left. Adjourned sine die on June the 1st, thank goodness. You're going to have significant changes in state transportation policy, as well as Prop 1 funding, how that's come through. Has been very clear, it's not going to perform as well as it performed the first year. And what future funding is going to look like, and that's SGR 5 and HGR 13, what those future funding mechanisms are going to look like. How do we make sure Tarrant County is ready for these opportunities, for these programs? With Prop 1, everything needed to be shovel-ready. Takes someone to put the money on the project and then get it going. That's something we've got to think about. In Regional Transportation Council, Mobility 2040, which is the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, the MTP, that development is on schedule for early 2016 for adoption. So you're actually going to have, throughout the rest of 2015, public hearings, information gathering sessions to where Tarrant County's projects need to be in that document. How do you get them in there? How do we work with stakeholders in order to make sure that happens to where your needs are met? This, of course, is the Tarrant County over here, Dallas County over here. If you look at your transportation system compared to, let's say, Dallas's, which has technically 4 different loops, if you take Woodall Rogers, Loop 12, 635, and the outer loop, PGBT, out down to Loop 9 that's going to be going in. There's a lot more infrastructure that's been money into infrastructure over on the Dallas County side than what's been put over on the Tarrant County side. How do we correct that balance? How do we shift that over to where you all have the necessary infrastructure? Y'all are going to have, Tarrant County is going to have more folks, more population than Dallas County has, but they've already got a better transportation network. How can those things be corrected? How can we work on that? Critical project identification. This is the next portion of our scope of services. How do we identify the critical projects? And then how do we classify them? US 287, 199, 30, think of these not as just specific projects, but as corridors. Corridors for development opportunity. These are all the major corridors within, as well as 377, which isn't on here. How do we identify projects on there? Where do we look at the bottleneck points, problem points, in order to make Tarrant County have the transportation system that it needs? It's very unlikely that we're actually going to have more new roads built. They're not going to be drawing a lot of new lines on maps. How do we cherish what we have? How do we value what we have and make it better and make it fit the needs of the citizens? So that's what the critical project identification's goal is. Look at all the planning documents. You've got regional, state, and federal planning documents. You've got the Transportation Improvement Plan and the statewide Transportation Improvement Plans, 3-year funding documents for the next 3 years, what projects are out there. You've got the MTP, the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, which is the MPOs. You've got the UTP, the Unified Transportation Program, which is from TxDOT, the Commission's 10-year funding document. If you're not in the UTP, you're not going to get funded. You can't get in the UTP unless you're in the MTP. So there's a whole progress with lots of acronyms that you have to go through. But what's in there right now? And then we would create a one-stop source, a one-stop database for all the projects within Tarrant County, and then working with the local stakeholders, the municipalities, on what are their projects that they have that they're needing to get funding for, that they've got in the queue, just so everybody has an understanding, and it's that one place, one-stop shop for all the projects. Creation of an evaluation metrics to help us identify those critical projects based on demographics and future development. The speed of development, how quickly can these projects get across the goal line, and then applicability of funding opportunities. What do those funding what's out there and what could be out there? What new opportunities could Tarrant County create through your policy advocacy? And then we would have a critical project list. Identification, we're not talking just about highways, we're talking about transit, commuter rail, pedestrian, bicycle, aviation, high-speed rail. This has to be multimodal, as you all asked in your RFP, a multimodal presentation, a multimodal project list. This, of course, is from the MTP, the North Central Texas Council of Governments Metropolitan Transportation Plan. This shows all the projects that are within the plan. Of course, the Tarrant County has about $8.9 billion in the transportation plan of projects. Dallas County has $10.98 billion in the plan. There's about $7 billion still needed to be funded over on the $7-8 billion on the Dallas County side compared to only $3 billion on the Tarrant County side. What other projects can we put on this map? What other things? I know there's a major emphasis on the west side of Tarrant County that needs to be addressed as far as future development. What are other lines that we can put on this map and projects we can get up there? And that's part of what this process would look like. The regional managed lane system, we have the largest managed lane system in the country, our region does. What are the differences in the changes and policy that's happening in Austin that's going to affect this and how we implement for future projects? Another asset that y'all have is that y'all are part of the NTTA system, a massive organization, 4 counties. The NTTA's revenues between now and 2063 are $92 billion. $92 billion in revenue between now and 2063. How can y'all use that as your advantage? This is a tool that y'all can have at the table, but work through those items. And that's something that we would like to do with you all. This is just showing the various projects in Tarrant County. Transit, we cannot forget about transit. Tarrant County has over $5 billion worth of unfunded transit needs identified in the MTP. And that's using a very small number for a high-speed rail connector along 30. $5 billion in needs for a transit system. What does that look like? This is including freight rail, freight mobility congestion, and other items that we can all work through. One thing that's very, very important as we go through the critical project identification is stakeholder coordination. How do we get the folks, that your average Joe, to have an interest in these projects, to understand what's going on? And so that's a part of our initiative, especially with critical project identification, is working with the citizens, the businesses, and working up the chain, if you will. This needs to be a grassroots effort to where, as we're identifying these projects, you identify pockets of supporters and advocates for later on. And I'll get to that here in a second. But we're actually working with the business community, the citizens, homeowners associations, and community activists, as well as your legislative stakeholders and congressional stakeholders to identify these projects. And make sure they're wanted and they're to the right configurations. And then we would also put together development working groups. And this would be more the technical level with county administration. I'm sure Bill would be very, very involved with these, as well as folks from TxDOT, the North Central Texas Council of Governments, FHWA, USDOT, FRA, and other partners who would come in and work through the technical aspects of this in order to come up with that. And then we would create a STEP, the Strategic Transportation Enhancement Plan, which would be a written document, updated periodically as needed. It's a dynamic document. It can change from day to day, to where we actually walk through and put in paper what your critical projects are, how to get them done. So it's going from the step of planning and process and understanding what's needed to actual implementation and having a blueprint for implementing these projects and how we get them done. And our proposal went through each of the individual items. Also with the potential project development timeline. Those are always fluid, they're always changing, but that is something to give us a ballpark for help us to understand as we go forward. Implementation and funding. Your RFP had a huge emphasis on implementation and funding. And of course, as everybody knows, the most important part of transportation planning is funding because it's all about the money. So one of the things we would do within the STEP is have a comprehensive listing of funding opportunities from the local, regional, federal, and state levels in order to understand what's out there in the private sector as well. What are other folks doing that would work with the private sector and get their investment in order to develop transportation infrastructure? You know, City of Chicago started an infrastructure bank, inviting private sector capital in to do their infrastructure. That's something to contemplate. But working through those ideas, having Tarrant County not be somebody who's just waiting on the sides, but actually showing your leadership in cutting new policy and being innovative and new and getting ready. Importance of shovel-ready projects. This cannot be underestimated, of that you have to have your projects shovel-ready. You've got to have them ready to go, ready to be funded, so when the money does come down, whether it's from Austin or from the state or from wherever, you've got a project to put it on and to move. And so that's very, very important. And also, again, looking at multimodal funding sources. We're Texans. We love our cars, we love to move, and love to drive everywhere, so we always think roads first. But for Tarrant County to have a real transportation enhancement program, we have to think multimodally. So we look at multimodal funding sources as well, and then look for innovative transportation funding opportunities that are out there. And then we work into the communication phase. So we've done the planning, identifying those critical projects, finding the stakeholders groups and working through what everybody within the county needs. Then we create the STEP, which again is the blueprint for how we get those critical projects across the goal line. And then we have to go do it, and that's your communication strategy. It's advocacy. It's working with, seeing what's out there, monitoring those institutions and agencies, legislative and congressional briefings, making sure your excellent legislative delegation, make sure your excellent congressional delegation is well informed and well aware of what y'all's priorities are, and helping them to understand what they can do in the process. Analyze and prepare reports on legislative matters as appropriate, coordinate and manage educational briefings and activities, and that's all across the county, really, as we go forward with this. And then creating the Tarrant County Transportation Advisory Commission. In our proposal, I believe we contemplate doing one for each of the county commissioners. And that's something that would be a possibility. There's any number of ways that this can be done, but the goal of these advisory commissions are taking those stakeholders for these projects that we found, move them forward. This is just a brief chart showing the flow of this, and you have it in your proposal. Briefly, and very, very briefly, team members, of course, David Dean from our office and John Cranfill, Charlie Tucker, and myself. Charlie, by the way, has over 40 years of experience with TxDOT. Renee Gonzalez and Roy Gilliard, a former NPO planner out in El Paso, as well as Jeff Love with Nathan D. Meyer Consulting Engineers. Again, not for engineering services, but to help us with some of the environmental issues that may come up. So wanted again to say thank you and for this opportunity. We are excited to be here. We're excited to be working on this proposal with you all, and really appreciate y'all's leadership from the County Commissioners Court as we go forward on this. So thank you very much.
Questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
I got one. Excuse me. How, from a timing standpoint, how long do you think it would take you to, once you were given a start, and kind of go around and meet, get familiar with all the commissioners and the judge and what their needs or concerns are? How long do you think it would take you to do that, and then be ready after that point to start really working on specific projects?
If you turn in the handout that we gave to everybody, it was just a selection from our proposal.
Yeah.
And just for ease of really just kind of for ease of viewing, page 16 in the back portion, if you flip past the presentation, there's two sections from our proposal that we included. So if you just keep flipping towards the back, page 16, it's schedule, timeline, and deliverables. This shows we actually included a very, very aggressive schedule for when we would hit each of these items. The immediate essential assessment, you're looking at County Commissioners Court approval within 60 days of contract execution. That we would have an immediate, what y'all needed to work on immediately within 60 days of contract execution. So in just walking through that, but you're looking at final assessment of or final draft of the STEP document. So we're going through all the critical identification and planning within 210 days of contract execution. so about 3/4 of a year.
Got it all laid out here, right?
So you're saying that within 60 days, or within 55 days, I guess, that you will have identified the programs or the projects?
No, sir. We would have identified that's for the immediate essential assessment. Those immediate items, when this proposal was drafted, it was looking towards the 84th legislative session. We would now be looking towards implementation of the 84th session plus MAP 21 reauthorization. And so we would be aiming towards what programs are out there, what is currently the policies that are there that would fit into what Tarrant County is wanting to do.
Okay, so I'm looking at the timeline that you just said.
Yes, sir.
Immediate essential assessment.
Yes, sir.
Deliverables, short list of critical project listing and project development outline.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
That would be, within that time period, we would have met with all the members of the Commissioners Court. We would have reviewed the MTP and the TIP, the UTP, and finding out exactly what projects are out there and, if you will, mobile, able to actually be developed at that moment. And so that would work with y'all on a short list of projects. So what are immediately y'all looking at doing, whether it's an I-30 project or an I-20 project, what exactly is out there that we need?
Are you planning on having public meetings or things like that with the various other cities and our constituents out there in that time frame?
We would hoping to start that process. But again, would just be kind of a short list, what's immediately needed at the moment, while we do the longer process, doing the full critical project listing. Again, this would just be a short list, what's immediately out there, which would be a lot. I would imagine that would be a lot of what is currently on the MTP, since those projects do have some degree of movement already.
The MTP those are basically your major projects, TxDOT, federal. How detailed does that get into arterials with relations to the cities?
And I think that's something that we would get, frankly, it would be necessary if we're going to do a transportation enhancement plan, looking at what all the needs are.
That's not going to be on the MTP.
No, sir, it would not. They do, within the MTP, they do have critical arterial listings and secondary arterial listings as part of that, which we would go through that process as well. But again, the goal was again, looking towards the 84th session, looking towards this, whenever this was originally proposed. What are is the short list of projects that we know are there, that we know need to be taken care of immediately, that we would then go into that. So that was what the thought was going into this, while we develop the full-scale program, because it just takes some time, like you're saying, to meet with everybody and to work through that process.
Are you currently working with any of the surrounding counties or with any of the cities in Tarrant County on transportation planning?
We're not working. We have, through membership in Text 21, some of the area counties, but again, that's membership in an organization that we have a contract with. We do represent the city of Euless on some project management on the 183 project, and a couple other transportation issues within their specific.
Is that the 183 pass, where it's going to connect with North Tarrant Express?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, that NTE 2E portion there.
Okay.
We've been working with them, so it's been very good.
With the growth of the population, is the examination of the growth trend into particular specific areas within Tarrant County? Have you included that, basically that analysis, and then plan ahead into certain part of the county, like northwest Tarrant County, for example? There's not a lot of roadway or highway infrastructure there right now. But if we look at 20, 30 years later, there may be a lot of population growth in there. Do you foresee us doing that? Because some of the projection may not be included in the regional planning or even the state planning.
No, absolutely. That process, now, while we're not engineers, we're not going to do models or analysis or anything particularly like that, but we'll work with the various stakeholders to what are the needs that are going to be arising there. If you've got an area that's going to have major development, such as in northwest Tarrant County, to where there would be major development out there. What are the needs that are necessary for that? How can we affect the transportation policy to make that area better and make sure it has the proper infrastructure that's necessary? But this wouldn't be like a county thoroughfare plan, if you will, saying this arterial needs 6 lanes, this arterial needs 3 or 4 lanes based on traffic flows or projection. This is what are the projects that are out there, what has everyone been working on and developing for their specific needs, and how do we kind of let that boil up and find out what are the projects that need to be done quickly and also long range, and how do we implement those?
I notice a lot of focus has been given to the modes of transportation, highway, bridges, and things like that. But I observe that there is a group of citizens who are senior, and they physically cannot drive themselves, and they don't have any access into transit either. Right. And that population is doubling in the next 20 years or so, okay? Based on the national study that I read, and then the disabled population as well. There are silo services provided to those that particular segment of the population. I consider them the underserved population when it comes to transportation services, right?
Sure.
So, how when we engage our public and talk to our citizens, those people will come out and they will basically request some sort of a strategic plan or comprehensive plan to deliver services for them on a county-wide basis. We have handy train provided through cities, somewhat unequally. We have various nonprofit organizations provide services for certain populations, but many of those programs are not interconnected somehow. So if we go through our exercise and obtain inputs from the community, and if that's such to become a priority, then how would you include that into this plan?
What we would do, and that goes back to that stakeholder aspect of it, of working with the stakeholders, the citizens, business community, figuring out what are the needs of the citizens, what do your demographics look like, how is that changing, and what does the transportation system need to look like in order to meet their needs? If it's identified that is a real and pressing need that we definitely need to get on top of and start working and developing out, as I can imagine likely would be, we would make suggestions within the STEP as to what the county's options are as far as getting those transit services in order to meet those. And again, the STEP is the blueprint, so these are things that could be done. We would make policy suggestions regarding how that needs to be developed, what are the options to be developed as we go through that process.
Okay.
So, and again, it goes back to kind of moving through that whole process.
You mentioned multimodal solutions. Does that include light rail, commuter rail, non-highway solutions? I'm a Texan, and I love my car too. But I think we're past the point where we can just keep building highways and think that's going to be the solution to our mobility problems. You'll end up paving paradise just to put up parking lots. You're probably too young to remember that song.
I remember that. I like that song.
Speak to me of rail.
The rail is going to be an important component, as was identified in the RFP, that they did want a multimodal understanding of your transportation improvements that would be necessary. So rail, whether it be commuter rail, whether it be light rail, that's something that needs to be thought about and contemplated within this document. Looking at, and through this process of looking at what's necessary, what's needed, and how you would fund it, and what that would potentially look like. And engaging from the support of your local partners and your municipalities and your legislative delegation and the Commissioner's Court, figure out the best way to work forward in that process, and figure out exactly how that could be implemented if it's needed and if it's wanted, and how what that process would look like.
I suspect that this court can only get involved in rail as part of a regional kind of solution to a problem. We don't build rail. We don't operate transit systems. There are some major cities in our county that refuse to have mass transit systems. Commissioner, I'm looking at you.
That's why we have jurisdictions.
What can you do to help coordinate regional solutions to not only rail, but to mass transit in general?
And again, I would say, Commissioner, that we would look at the critical projects, what's necessary, but I think a lot of it's education and awareness and working with the stakeholders, finding out what those needs are, and then having a frank discussion of putting the right people around the table and working through that process of here's the demographic needs. This particular corridor cannot handle the demographic needs in X number of years. What are our options? And those options are X, X, and X. And how do we get forward from there? And one of those options on many of these corridors are very likely to be some sort of rail component or transit component. And transit systems have become very complicated and complex, not in a bad way, but as they're working through how you deal with the fact that it costs for light rail about $60 million a mile. Commuter rail is significantly less expensive, but light rail, $60 million a mile. Sorry, I mean, there's just not going to be enough money at the current climate, if you will, policy climate in D.C. and in Austin, in order to work through and fund a major, massive rail system within Tarrant County at the moment. But how would we work through that process?
Maybe if we quit building so many damn highways.
Okay. The dark orange line goes from downtown Dallas, follows generally the 114 or the 114 corridor out to DFW Airport. This particular project had a little bit of a funding gap, you could say. It was one of our DART, more or less came up $1 billion short for the project. So what do you do whenever your transit agency doesn't have the $1 billion needed to create and construct the light rail that you had been promised? And so Dean International, working with Eddie Bernice Johnson and some other federal stakeholders, worked to expand a full fronting grant agreement from about $400 million more to $700 million in order to get the project across the goal line and get it fully funded. There are lots of options on how you can fund transit, on how you can fund highways. It's just a matter of having a focus on what do you want, what do you need, and then what is it going to take to get there, and keeping that achieving the focus and then sustaining it over the long haul. Because it would have been very easy just to not have the orange line service and just let that one go. Instead, we helped our clients sustain that focus, and we got it open for revenue service last year, I believe, in order to get that across the goal line. So I hope that answers your question.
I'll accept it.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
What we're going to do is take about a 15-minute break so that the other firm can come in and set up. Would like to make one comment, though. I should have made this at the beginning. What we're looking for today is that we're just going to hear presentations. We're not going to ask the court to take any action today. Just listen to the presentations, and we'll bring this back at a future date so that the court can give direction to staff. All right. So it's 15 minutes till 2. Can we reconvene at 2 o'clock?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good to me.
Give us just a minute. We got one.
Not a problem.
One missing. We all understand.
We understand limitations.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our second presenters are going to be Friesen Nichols, and so we'll simply turn it over to you and ask you to proceed.
Thank you, GK. I'm Bob Pence. I'm President and CEO of Friesen Nichols, and we're really delighted to be here to present, and we applaud the county leadership for taking a strategic approach to their bond programs and the transportation issues of the county. We think it's a very wise move. We've been long-term committed to Tarrant County. We're in our 121st year as a firm, which doesn't help anything. It's just this is our home and has been for 121 years, and we're delighted to be here. What I want to do is introduce our team. Alan Greer, who's going to be our proposed program manager, and then John Dewar, who's the assistant program manager, but really his expertise area is in planning and development, and Stan Lynch, who is his expertise is implementation and funding. Then we also have Kirk Milligan, who's his expertise is in urban corridor development, and Eddie Haas, who's in the multimodal and transit planning. And Eddie, just so we don't scare you how long it's going to take, because we're going to stay in the 20 minutes, Eddie and Kirk are here as eye candy only. And if you have any questions, please ask them to them. But one thing I note is we got about 150 years experience put together for this team, because we realize how important this is to the county. So I'll turn it over to Alan.
Okay, well, as a lifelong resident of Tarrant County, I'm excited to be here as well. And I think today, if you're going to remember anything or take it back with you, remember the word real. Real is in the sense of real projects. Real in the sense that we put together budgets based on our technical knowledge that can be put together for these projects. Real funding that we've used in this area, in this region, and in Tarrant County, and the counties around to make projects happen. And then we're all about real construction, getting projects built. And this team is about making that happen, is getting projects built in what we do. So to do that, you've got to know a little bit about the past. I'm one of the guys that's been here long enough that I got to throw a quarter in the DFW Turnpike. And Commissioner Wynn, I was here, a young engineer with TxDOT, when they first expanded 360 and 157. I've seen some of the growth that's gone on in Tarrant County. But the good thing is I'm surrounded by a team of leaders that know how to work today in today's environment to get projects done. That's not just the engineering. That's the funding, that's the planning, a well-rounded, multidisciplinary group of folks that can also end up shaping our future. And what does our future look like? Each of you knows some of the challenges, and what do we need to do to leave a legacy of transportation in Tarrant County? I think that's what we're all about. We've got to be able to overcome some of those issues. One of those issues is we've got probably over a $2 billion need in a $500,000 budget. How do you get more done with less? That's one of the things that we have to accomplish. The other is, not familiar to you, is how do we meet the growing demands of Tarrant County? And as you look at this map and you look at where things are, the populations and our growth has changed in time. And those continue to shift. You have a large county with lots of transportation needs. And we're going to show you how we can look at those to develop the kind of network that we need to be able to make this happen. So I am going to be your project manager. I will be dedicated to this project. My 30 years is all in Texas, and all of that has been primarily up in the North Texas region. And so my expertise is right here. I'm surrounded by a good team with John Dewar. John will lead our effort to look at the planning components and to develop those budgets that we're talking about, from the cost estimates to looking at the planning aspects that go into this, working with Eddie and Kirk on developing some of these corridors, and what does it mean to really build a road. As you know, good roads bring economic development, and we need to be looking at that now and how that enhances our potential in these roadways. The other component is to look at the funding and implementation. Stan Lynch has many years of experience in helping clients develop funding alternatives, and we'll talk about how that is important, but also looking at some of the other economic development areas and some of our employees like Wendy Chabay, which has helped the county for many years in those areas. We are supported with a lot of other team members, and I want to tell you how we've got this structured. These are services that are available to you with this team. That is Mike Heath with Alliance Transportation Group, a very focused, detailed transportation planning firm, a minority-based firm that could work with Eddie if we need more engineering work. We don't think, and our approach doesn't have that, but they're there if we need them. Mike Weaver with Prime Strategies. Mike is one of the experts around the state. When you talk to somebody about who's helped people raise money for transportation projects, Mike Weaver's name is always there. Working with Stan, working with myself, if we need Mike's expertise, he's written probably the last major legislations that have been put in place in Texas to develop roadway legislation for projects. And then finally, y'all are familiar with Cooksey and Associate and with Jason. They're on our team also for public relations, should we need some additional public relations done. And Gail and I have known each other and been neighbors for many years. So what is really our strategy? We've branded this as Momentum 2040, your step to the future. Because you need to have a program that can develop a brand. We've put it very simple, a very simple, straightforward process that looks at strategic projects, how we fund those, how we implement those, and then how do we build an ongoing 5-year plan to continue this process. And so we're going to go through each of those, and I'm going to let John start talking about the projects.
Well, thanks, Alan. Had to do the handoff on the mic here. Yeah, the key thing here is we all know there's lots of needs, and we are working with partners all across Tarrant County and the region to identify many projects. And I know these things are tracked. There's a lot of great work that's already being done by COG, with TxDOT, with the county staff. And the key thing is how do we prioritize and mobilize people around the key projects, the right projects to make happen first. There's lots of ways to judge projects.
Go back just a minute.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to see that second leg of the TexRail project
That's right.
on somebody's map.
That's right. It's not forgotten. Yeah, it still needs to happen. And the key thing here is how do you strategize and prioritize these projects? Which ones need to happen first? Because you can't put all your resources into every project. You only have limited time, you have limited money, you have limited resources to pile in. It's very powerful when you do get behind one particular project in a region because it makes great things happen. In D.C., state, the funding will come. Our approach is to evaluate projects per performance goals that we would work out with the county. The typical ones are congestion mitigation, economic development, sustainability, jobs. These things are things that flow into Tiger grants. These are things that attract funding. By going through each project and identifying them, you can then have a logical basis on which jobs can be pushed. Our approach would be to work with you to develop that criteria, but then come back with the court and your staff and refine the projects. We need to have solid cost estimates behind these projects. You don't want to get into a job, think it's $100 million, have it funded, come to find out it's $130. Find out there's an environmental issue or a right-of-way problem. So one strength of this team is we bring the expertise of staying on top of construction costs and knowing detailed design elements. Not that we're going to design everything, but just do enough look at it to determine fatal flaws. Have a very solid project. Another strength is knowing the transportation network in the region. Eddie is leading the City of Forest Master Thoroughfare update. It's the first time they've gone out for a consultant, and so he's already working with COG and has their transportation planning model. So efficiency is already there to know which projects make sense, which ones will lead to better connectivity, that will have greater benefit. One other element that's a strength is we developed the Downtown Fort Worth, Inc.'s strategic 10-year plan. This project led the planning through 2023, identified Tarrant County transportation hub as being downtown Fort Worth, with TexRail coming through, with high-speed rail connecting in, all the other thoroughfares and highways intersecting at that point. Also want to make a point that it's not just the county and the city and downtown, it expands out to the entire region. And we've worked with counties all surrounding Tarrant County. We're doing the thoroughfare plan for Denton County right now. Once again, Eddie's leading that. Parker County did their transportation bond program, did their transportation thoroughfare plan to plan that out. So the connectivity with these other regions is important because, once again, that attracts funding. And you can get behind projects, get a coalition, just like you guys are leading with the Western East and West I-35 efforts. And finally, I'd like to point out that with our long experience in this region, we've worked with virtually every municipality. You don't develop these relationships overnight. They're key to making things happen, getting a coalition, and that's one thing we bring. And I know your staff does that, and what we're planning to do here is simply supplement what all the other good efforts are already going on at an on-needed basis to get projects prioritized and strategized. Finally, getting that consensus around the key projects. So key when you have one voice speaking to the state legislature, to the folks in D.C. When they hear this is the one project the region wants, it's very powerful. It makes it easy for them. It's easy for them to identify funding coming to our region. So with that, again, we want to narrow it down to the real projects we need to make happen now and have solid, real budgets behind them. And then get the real funding. So that's where Stan's going to take it from here.
Thank you, John. Money. John's talked about real projects and about real budgets. My experience says that you can have all the greatest projects in the world, but if you don't have the funding, those projects usually don't happen. So again, what we're trying to do is have a complete project, complete program to help you to move your projects forward and to get them funded as need be, working with your regional partners, with the North Central Texas Council of Governments, RTC, TxDOT, the federal government, and your local partners as well. Identifying funding gaps. Again, as we get into the more detailed part of the project and identify budgets, normally there are funding gaps in the programs, in the funding opportunities. And so this is where the county can be a real leader and a key player in the region to be able to provide the funding to fill those gaps and to move these projects forward to final construction. And again, working with the regional, state, federal, and local partners, we can get those things done. The nuts and bolts regarding potential funding sources and availability of funding. Again, working with your local partners, the county can step up and be a big player and present options for funding. With Prop 1 being passed back in November, overwhelmingly by 85%, as you probably all know, here in the Metroplex in North Texas, and what's going on currently in the 84th legislative session with the funding opportunities that are there that are being proposed on the Senate and House side, we see that tentatively there could be as much as $4 billion annually that's added to the revenue for state transportation within the state of Texas. And again, we need to be positioning ourselves, positioning Tarrant County to be able to compete for those new dollars. And again, that's what this program is all about, is to work again with partners to make sure that we get those projects through the process of design, through the process of planning, through environmental clearance, so that they're shovel ready and ready to compete for the funding that's going to be there on an annual basis. I've been able to, over the last few years, I've been able to work with numerous counties here in North Texas and then around the state. And I really have enjoyed working with counties and understand, I think, how the counties function and how they operate. One of the projects that I've been involved with from the beginning is Parker County Bond Transportation Program, where we took the county's $80 million that they passed for transportation improvements, and we were able to work again with the communities, with the RTC, with TxDOT, to be able to leverage those dollars and double the amount of projects that they were able to get done within Parker County. And also I was able, working with Congresswoman Granger, to be able to get one of the last earmarks that were given out by Congress on the I-20 interchange there in Parker County. So again, we know how to work the system. One of the other projects that I've been involved in is a Kaufman County bond program. It's a little bit different in that all of their projects are on-system projects on TxDOT roadways. But we've been able to basically leverage their $56 million, and this is the first time they've ever done a bond program for transportation, leverage that with cities, with pass-through tolling that some of the cities were able to have, and then working with TxDOT. We've leveraged that to triple the amount of funding that's going to be available for their projects over the next 6 years, which is the limit of their planning and implementation phase. We also, with our Friesen Nichols team members, we've done a lot of work in the counties, in the suburban ring counties, as well as some of the metropolitan counties throughout the state of Texas. And so we understand transportation at the county level and how we can work with you and your partners to make things happen. The other part of this is that transportation is not just highways. It involves multimodal transportation that we think is important to Tarrant County and the future of Tarrant County. So we need to look at the whole big picture and especially multimodal transportation to make sure that it all works and fits together and that we can identify funding sources. Regional, state, and national advocacy. Over the years, I have had the opportunity to work in Washington, D.C. and, of course, in Austin and here regionally, and understand how that system works. I've worked in Washington, D.C. with our Texas Congressional Delegation and with the executive branch, including the U.S. DOT, the Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit, Federal Rail, the U.S. Corps of Engineers, and EPA, all working with clients to basically provide them with support to get their projects before the congressional members and before the executive branch, to make sure that they get the political support and administrative support for their projects. And that also includes at the state level as well. Again, this is all about trying to put together a program, a complete program, that will allow you to meet your goals and your objectives for transportation in Tarrant County. And again, the key to that is the funding part of it. We need your support. We can do only so much by ourselves, but with your support, we can find real funding for your projects, for your key high priority projects in Tarrant County, and we can get them to construction. And now we're going to talk about implementation.
Okay, so we have projects, we have budgets, we have funding. What makes this team different than other things that you've heard? We implement that plan. We make things happen. I'll never forget Michael Morris showed up at one of our projects in Parker County. He thought he was coming out there to see the groundbreaking to start the project, and come to find out we already got the thing built. That's what you want to be able to do. How do you get these things built? We've got tools that we'll put in place to help you do that. This is for your staff. Each project and these strategic projects we have, we'll develop a fact sheet for each of those projects. That fact sheet will have the project, the budget, the assumptions that went in there, what right-of-way costs are in there, so you have a clear, documented process for these strategic projects, more than just a cost estimate like you would get from TxDOT that says it's a $500 million project. Individual project sheets Those sheets will be GIS-based. That GIS-based data can be kept here at the county. Your transportation staff will have those. That can be something that will keep this project going through time, to have those individual sheets that we put together. This is just an example of a type of map that shows some of the projects that are out there. But the key to that is having a business case for each project. We can come up with the engineering components, but what is the true business case? What is that return on investment? Where are we seeing the potential for economic development? Where do we see how this strategic project links to the other city roads that are being done as collectors on their own nickel to build the network that we want? One of those things, you've got to be able to look at that. How are we looking at some of these multimodal, and when and how do they fit in there? How do we look at habits, so how people are driving and what we're trying to do? When is the right time to put those investments in place? That's part of the business case. That's part of what we're trying to do. That will be in this same set of data and information, so that you will have that. The way we also continue to do that is I will meet with each of you on a regular basis, and we'll talk about this, because things are going to change over time. As we continue to develop this program, I can sit down with each of with the judge and the commissioners and look and see where each of those are. The stakeholder involvement and public involvement is critical to making this happen, and I think you've seen from what we've got a team of folks to be able to do that. So it is about a partnership. How do we work together, Freese and Nichols, this team, the county, and stakeholders, to have a successful project? We're committed to doing this. We're here, we're local, and we can do that. So that gets the construction piece of what's there. The final element is we're an extension of your staff. You can use that when you need it, but we're also here when you've got questions. We have clients calling us all the time to look at what that is, that we're an extension of your staff, that we continue to move these projects forward, and we're there as your right-hand person to answer those questions that are needed during that project. So last thing I want to talk about, we've put together a sustainable program, a program that can live on with time. In our information we sent you, we've looked at a way to streamline our team. That's why you're seeing all the Freese and Nichols folks here today that will be working on that. The key is we have a flexible plan. We're flexible in the budget that we prepare, the scope that we prepare, as well as the budget that goes with that. We want to work with you to develop the right scope that gives you the value that you're looking for and the citizens of Tarrant County are looking for. And as we put that together, the fees and the costs to do that, we're able to look at those to provide you the long-term success that we're looking for. So we want to be able to sit here with you and talk about those successes. So just remember, real jobs, real projects, real funding, and then that long term, we're going to get things built. You want to control your own destiny. Why do this contract? That's one of the main reasons, is you don't want to depend on others to make this happen. You want to be able to control that and create the legacy that you want to leave on the transportation. That's what we help you do. It's your legacy. We're helping you make that happen. So with that, we'll answer any questions you have.
Questions?
In addition to the existing projects that are already in the plan, per se, what else can you do to validate those projects, perhaps identify new projects that may be needed down the road because of the population growth pattern, and include them into the plan? Do you operate with the assumption that the regional plan is 100% perfect, or you operate with the mindset that you will do the research to validate the plan?
The answer is we can do all ranges of that, quite frankly. We can look at reevaluation and modeling. What we've proposed in this, given where we think you are from a budget and a scope standpoint, we're going to take all the plans that exist, put those in a map, look at what each city, what the county's got, what COG's got, what's in the TIP plan, and then we're going to look for what we would call fatal flaws or holes in the process. Are we missing a leg of TexRail? Are we missing an opportunity to connect over to the east? Are we looking for, do we have enough out west? If you look out west, we've got one major project out there right now, I-30. Well, there's other projects that we're going to make I-30 probably be a very successful project. What are those and how do we identify those? So yes, we will look at that. We'll look at what those jobs are and look at how we include those, because once we put together a group of projects, we're going to sit down with you to determine which of those are the most strategic. And those are the ones we're going to push forward. But the last piece is this is a sustainable project. So over that rolling 5 years, we may decide that one of these comes out and another one has another priority that needs to come in. But those priorities need to be based on those performance goals that John talked about, that we're looking at more than just the cost of a roadway or a congestion issue. We're looking at all of those. So yes, we can do, the staff we have here can look at that. We will look at that to determine what are some of those key projects or the holes in some of the plans that exist. And don't think that this is the whole plan. This is, most of what's on here is what Brian Barth's plan has come up with TxDOT, and it shows some of the key TIP funded projects that COG has mentioned. This is just a representation to show you some of the projects that are out there, and it's, by the way, most of the ones you're focused on right now as well.
When you engage the community, typically I always see the same faces showing up. What will you do differently to engage the majority of the population who don't usually engage in this sort of planning? What will you do differently?
Yeah, I think one of the things you've got to do, we've had a lot of strategies we use to get people to come to events to do things like this. One of the ways to do that is get involved in some of what would be considered more the community activities. We've gone to, the state fair or the fair they had at a city, and we had a booth set up there and had a cool giveaway to give away a TV for people to come answer and give us input on transportation and planning issues. I also believe engaging the younger community. How do you get, because these are projects for the future, how do you get them to understand transportation, what their long-term is? That can be done through programs at school that we could initiate. Safety is always a good way to build, get people out and talk about safety issues or things that you might want to be able to do to engage the public. I don't know, one of you guys got the web? Yeah, obviously social media and website. We talk about all this being online, but we have we have social media that goes out on public meetings quite frequently, and we have a whole staff that does that. And then Gail also can be one of our partners and help in how she engages the community.
Yeah, we've been very successful in our county programs using the website and being able to communicate with some of the younger generation that can't come to public meetings necessarily because they're soccer moms or they're doing baseball or football or whatever. So again, we've got a program that we work on to get more engagement, and we're flexible. Parker County, Kaufman County, we've got a website set up for each one of those, and we continually populate that with the status of projects, what's going on, where they are, and what phase they're in. So again, we do a lot of that with the county.
And you've got your Southeast Tarrant County group, that's transportation group that's together. Gary, your Northeast Tarrant County. Those groups are avenues to make some of that happen. What you want to do is get businesses and other parts of the community rallied around why transportation is important. And so I think we use all of those different venues and utilize some of those networks. I don't know if that hit exactly what you're asking, but we believe that the success of the plan does depend on stakeholders getting behind these projects.
How would you engage that, for example, in Northwest? There is not a transportation group in
There's not a transportation group.
It's probably the one part of the county that needs more infrastructure improvement.
Right.
So how would you do that?
Yeah, I think what we can do is we can look at community groups. We can look at most all of that area, and JD probably knows very well some of the key leaders in that segment of Tarrant County. What we do is we actually go interview those guys and say, where are good groups of people that we can start at this level to get some momentum moving forward to get people engaged. We've done things before where we go out and we have a public meeting, we have 20 people. And we say, okay, what do we need to do to get some more people out there? By the next meeting, we got 50 to 75 people. And we need to do that. But we need to listen to some of the local business leaders, Because this is a business, activity. This is not just about transportation. It's about their business and showing them what we can do. We use a lot of graphics like we did here. This wasn't a PowerPoint presentation. I mean, this shows graphics and shows people what real projects can look like. So I think that would be one way to do that.
We can use chambers,
Yeah, school districts, we sent flyers home with kids to get, I mean, that, some of them, make it home, some of them don't, but,
suckers?
Soccer moms, yeah. We've gone to soccer events, and Stan is chairman of the Fort Worth Chamber Transportation Committee. So he's already part of that network, and so that's one of the roles he's playing on the side is part of the chairman of the Fort Worth Chamber Transportation Group.
Bob, do you have anyone whose expertise is minority community outreach and engagement? It's been pretty well documented that you can't pass a bond issue around here without the support of the minority community. We need to go back to those same communities after the money is on the table and give them input into how things are done as well.
Well, that's absolutely right. And I don't know if you remember, the city of Fort Worth had their wet weather program where they had to stop the overflows of the sewer system, and we were the prime with Montgomery Washington as a sub, but we did an outreach program to the minority businesses and the small contractor development type programs. But it requires an outreach program and being out there and visiting with those. So, there's different, organizations you can go get some help. The city of Fort Worth, for one, may be very helpful in that. But as for expertise, there are some PR firms that we could possibly bring in to help us with that. Tanya Veazey would be a good choice, so on a specific deal.
And we also do a lot of what I would say are mentoring programs. We do mentor protege for small businesses, and that network works well. At DFW Airport, I think we have probably 15 different minority DBE firms that are part of our team out there right now. So we have their presidents and CEOs in, and they learn from how we do business, and they're good spokespersons for doing that.
Well, I'll just add quickly on the Rosedale Street project that we've been working on for the past 4 years. We have internal PR folks who teamed up with Open Channels in that case, did a lot of outreach. I think we had 6 public meetings, some pretty good turnout, and lots of good feedback both ways on that project.
I have one last question. For me, anyway, you talk about the young population, which I agree with you. It's important that we outreach to that population and get their inputs. But then there's the senior population. They do not have the physical capability to drive. So all the road you build are no good to them. And they don't have access to the rail station. So that is no good to them as well. And that population, if you study the demographics, is multiplying in the next 20 years or so. Okay, it's doubling, okay? So our transportation enhancement program, in my opinion, in my personal observation, county government is a safety net government, right? So we need to come up with a more comprehensive approach to integrating existing services provided through that population, the handicapped, the disabled, those who need to find jobs and seek employment, but they don't have their own transportation mode, the seniors who can't drive themselves. So we can basically deliver a more comprehensive approach to that service. Is that something that you have experience with?
Eddie can talk about that some, but I think how you engage the paratransit type organizations, those different transit, what you create is hubs where people can go, like downtown is a hub, but how do you get them to that? And I think looking at transit, Eddie's done quite a bit of that.
Yeah, so transportation systems, the investments that go into these projects need to be thinking bigger picture. It's not only about vehicular anymore, volume and speed, it's also about transportation choices. In the Fort Worth MTP, in that update, we're now considering, how do we integrate the work that Fort Worth has done with Walk Fort Worth, Bike Fort Worth, we're coordinating with the T in the T's the transit plan update. How can we find transit corridors that'll help promote alternative choices of travel that can help some of these the growing demographics, both young and old, so that transportation choices are available to the system. So it's very expensive infrastructure component, but we got to be thinking bigger picture. But at the same time, we have to be thinking regional mobility for the county itself.
I'm not thinking about transit program.
No.
I'm thinking about targeted transportation services for a segment of underserved
Sure.
population.
Sure, and so I think really the bigger picture is how do we integrate planning of the other agencies that have been that are being undertaken now. The T's doing a lot of planning. How do we take the thinking, the good work that they're doing, to incorporate it into the transportation planning process as part of project identification and implementation? So it's using the work of others, quite frankly.
Y'all mentioned that you've worked with a lot of the local cities as well as the surrounding counties. How much, and specifically focused on the west side of 35, which is one of the things that we're in the midst of right now. Have you worked with any of the developers, the Walsh Ranch folks, or any of those folks down there as they've developed their plans?
Everybody stood up when you said Walsh, so I'll just let them.
Yes, we've been actively, in my role as working with Parker County, Judge Riley, and the Commissioner's Court in Parker County, we've been active working with Walsh Ranch, the Dean Ranch people. Eddie has actually helped Parker County redo their transportation plan to account for the growth and development that's expected on the west side of Tarrant County and the east side of Parker County. So our transportation plan that we've helped develop for Parker County accounts for those. What we need to do is make sure that what Tarrant County is doing is fitting into that and works together from a connectivity standpoint.
Yeah. Just wanted to add one item on that. And what we're doing with the Fort Worth MTP is through stakeholder leadership. We have two sets of committees that we're working with in the update of the MTP. We have a task force that makes policy recommendations, but we also have what we call a resource panel, 40-plus community and professional organizations and groups that are on this committee. We're using that resource panel to bounce off ideas. This panel also includes developers, engineers, ASCE, so a range of groups on there, so that we're using their experience from what they're seeing, whether it's on public or private side, on some of the ideas that we've come up with. I think that we could probably build something like that into our public outreach program, because not only is it about pushing out information, it's also about trying to use best practices from other groups to try to generate a better plan.
I think as our transportation department, along with staff from Commissioner Johnson, Brooks, and mine, we've met with the cities, with the ISDs, with the business folks in an effort to build a grid on the west side, or at least begin considering the grid on the west side that would mirror what we've seen on the east side of 35 at this point in time. So again, that's along the lines of what y'all were saying, is that we would connect and not find ourselves 10 yards apart, but moving in that same direction. Exactly. Have you, and along the lines of what Commissioner Wynn was suggesting, and really looking at transit as another solution, have you currently looked at any corridors that would actually take transit either to the northwest or the west side, and then begin to even potentially expose Parker County to some of that?
Again, we've been working with Parker County, doing some planning efforts. We've met with Michael Morris and the COG. We've had several meetings out in Parker County with the city of Weatherford and Hudson Oaks and Aledo and others to talk about future transit opportunities in Parker County going out to Weatherford, using the rail lines, the freight rail lines. It's a long-term process. We actually have discussed shorter-term type operations with Bus Rapid Transit, maybe having some type of a bus facility that would go out initially to kind of get a transit operation going and then or change that over or make that into a rail, commuter rail system at some point in the future. It's going to be fairly far out in the future, but yes, we are thinking about that. We have talked about that. We've met with the COG, and they're aware of that. We probably need to do more with respect to showing demographic growth out in the southwest and west part of Tarrant County as well as the eastern part of Parker County.
And that would be more along the lines of Johnson County, maybe looking down there. But, you know, one of the things that I have suggested that we look at is the possibility as we expand or build roads that we allow for a capacity that, just as you said, maybe it starts out as a rapid bus, but somewhere in there we've got the right-of-way to eventually lay rail and let rail run with the road as opposed to trying to compete with the freight line.
Exactly.
That's exactly what we're doing in the MTP update. One of the key tasks. Within that MTP update, one of the key tasks is going to be identifying high-capacity transit corridors. So that's going to be working with the T and some of their thinking, but at the same time, as the community continues to grow, whether it's inward pull or continued outward growth, defining key corridors that will be considered of long-term transit capability.
Your timeline, I mean, you know, you talked a little bit about Prop 1. You're familiar with Nichols's bills that would dedicate a portion of the vehicle sales tax. Do you see any problems with a timeline that would allow us to potentially have projects ready to go by the time some of those funds? I mean, I know that in the Prop 1 right now, the RTC has designated the I-3360 Direct Connects as our top priority for the region. I know that they're also looking a little bit at the I-20, I-30 come together west of Fort Worth as one of those main priorities.
Right.
That will take up a lot of the Prop 1 money for about the next 4 years.
Right.
So that doesn't, though, address what may be coming with Nichols.
Right. The new dollars, yes.
Right.
And again, that's part of what we would help you do is to develop your projects so that from a timing standpoint, we have projects shovel ready and ready to compete for those projects, because I guarantee you that there's going to be other counties, other parts of the state that are not going to be ready for whatever reason, environmental clearance or local funding or whatever. So again, part of our program is to get our projects done, ready to go, shovel ready, so that when somebody stumbles, we move into that spot. And again, that's what we've done with our other county partners throughout the Metroplex and down in the Houston area as well. So we would hope that we could work with you and with your partners to get those kind of things done.
Yeah, I think that's where you can look at something as, let's take that next level of strategic projects and let's get with Brian and with others and make sure we can get some of those ready so that in a couple of years, you know, you are there to grab some of that money, and as it hopefully comes through in Nichols bill.
Other questions? Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
We appreciate it very much and look forward to a chance to hopefully get to work with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Your Honor, that's all we have tonight.
Are you sure?
You want to stick around for something else?
And we had nothing coming out of
Nothing out of
closed that we need to take any action on. So unless anybody else has got anything else to offer, then we are adjourned. Thank y'all.
It's good to see you again.